लगियो में ट्राउडा करना चाहिए डबल सेट बांधे हुए लगाऊं
Pete, yesterday, did it look bad? I was trying to, when I was putting Trump's mic to his lip, was that obvious? Yeah, well, obviously I was talking, so I couldn't really warn him. Also, Tyler, is it possible to get my program screen working? I guess they're fixing it, but my Zoom isn't working. But I'll have to look on this monitor. All right, Bryant.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There it goes into a dive! What again?
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
The Grand Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston, Texas for day number 2 of this fantastic holiday weekend here in the USA. Of course, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship brought to you by Sunoco presents a fantastic matchup between 2 undefeated teams in this tournament. It's all about the Golden State Grizzlies up against the Michigan Cricket Stars, both teams looking to continue that fantastic form. With me, alongside my good friend Brian Walters. Brian, well, welcome to your home, the Prairie View Cricket Complex. How happy are you and how excited are you for such a fantastic day of cricket ahead?
I cannot control my excitement, Nikhil. This is such a fantastic facility, first of all. And secondly, the ability to have both of these teams, really well-stacked teams, talent from top to bottom. We're looking for a really exciting match coming up.
Yeah, Brian, this truly is a blockbuster when you look at last year and how the teams did in terms of the Grizzlies winning their Western Division, the Cricket Stars coming 3rd in the Central Division, and then the way that both teams have started in this Pacific Conference. They've done fantastically well to be undefeated. Earlier, the 2 captains, they would have had the toss, were, of course, so pivotal in terms of the determination. We had Zishan Maqsood of the Stars, and, of course, Sami Aslam, who's already won 2 tosses in this minor league championship. Maqsood calling right and electing to bowl first, take first ball in this matchup, especially the first game for this Stars of this weekend. And a very interesting decision. But Brian, before we get to the action, we've got our good friend at the MLC Network, Nate Hayes, who's given his own perspective on today's matchup.
Nikhil, I know you're chomping at the bit for this game like I am. You're going to flesh it out like nobody else can. But let me add a couple of things myself. The Golden State Grizzlies made it all the way to the finals weekend last year, and they fell just short of their ultimate goal in the semifinals. New addition, Ace Nadil was pure fire last weekend. You got to see him firsthand. Michigan's Ryan Scott scored the first ever minor league century last year, and he rode his good form all the way to the national team. This year, his teammate Numan Anwar scored the first league century. Michigan turned some heads last season, toppled Giants, and they're off to a flyer this year. The Grizzlies have a bit of everything. It looks like the Stars have a lot of heart. In a holiday weekend full of great games, this one is bringing out the early fireworks. Enjoy yourself. I know you're going to.
That indeed, Nate Hayes. How can you not enjoy yourself in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship? It's been full of action, full of flair, full of excitement, and today will not disappoint. The two openers in the middle for the Golden State Grizzlies, Sami Aslam, Karan Shandell. Sami Aslam's been so pivotal and important to this team's chances in both seasons so far.
He is. He really is the linchpin of that batting lineup. And when he gets a good start and then sets the table for the batters coming down the line, you really get the sense that a good score can be had here. Now, one thing to pay attention to, Nikhil, I paid attention to the ground, the outfield. It seemed to be, to me, just a little thick. So it will add the dew, make the dew stay longer, and the ball may not roll across to the boundary as quickly as possible. So something to pay attention to there.
Well, 500 runs in the 2021 season. He was Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable for the Golden State Grizzlies team. And, well, he's already started in similar vein, already with a half century and a man of the match award in this tournament. Of course, the Grizzlies getting off to a fantastic start in Los Angeles last weekend. They were part of our premium coverage the very first weekend of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. The very first delivery of this matchup is going to be Sami Aslam, Karan Shandell on strike. First delivery, very full on the money. This is an important period and passage of play for the Grizzlies, Brian. When you look at the power play and just the aggression that these two openers have. Sami Aslam is a man that's assumed that role of someone that can bat through the innings, but Shandell has shown the versatility to his game as well. In the last game, they lost Aslam early. Shandell batted through the innings and got to 71. It was crucial in them getting up to a sizable total in 179.
Completely agree with you. I'll say more after this ball.
White.
Gonna have to re-ball that one.
First one down the leg side. I agree completely with you about Shandell. He seems to be a similarly attacking player. Of course, a lefty versus a righty, which is captain Sami Aslam is. And the left-hand, right-hand combination is something to pay attention to, because the opening ball is fired down the legs, or the second delivery fired down the leg side. If the bowler is having trouble with his line, you'd expect that with the left-hand, right-hand combination, that would be something that could exacerbate that problem. Something to pay attention to.
White.
Now erring on the wrong side in terms of on the off side, so have to re-bowl that one as well. Zia Khan starting proceedings off for this Michigan Cricket Stars team, a team who comes in, of course, 1-0, winning their first game yesterday against the Lone Star Athletics. You look at the two teams, well, for the Cricket Stars, unchanged, probably predictably so, after winning so convincingly and in such a entertaining manner yesterday next door. But for the Grizzlies, just a slight indecision. Have to hurry. Shandell could have been gone.
Boy.
Had the hit direct.
You needed a direct hit. Look, I'll tell you, the athleticism that is on the infield is a major element to be paying attention to in T20 cricket. And he just punched right on top of that ball at mid-wicket. I'm telling you that one of the elements to pay attention to is how athletic and how energetic in the infield those fielders are.
Just right in the bounce again, though. Karan Shandell, he's a man that likes to get underway very early. You can see sort of that urge to score, urge to rotate the strike. It's been a good start, though, by Zia Khan. This is going to be, you can just sense already, how important and how good of a matchup this is between these two teams. Spoke about the cricket stars being unchanged. For the Grizzlies, one change for them. Hamad Azam, the MVP from 2021, comes back into the lineup, and he will be very important, you think, to their chances.
Completely. And then something else to pay attention to, and I'll get back to that last point in just a second after this delivery. Just crashed into the offside. So something to pay attention to. The big name players always come to the party with the big games. This feels like a big game. So it's July 4th weekend, excitement all around. You expect that the players who've had that type of experience and who've played at games at that level, the Zia Khans, the Ryan Scotts, the Sami Aslams, those are the types of names that I look forward to really producing here in this match.
And a miss from Karan Chandel. This is cricket, though, because in the last game, you look at that, 71 from 47 deliveries. And you look at the way he recovered his team, the Grizzlies. They were 20 for 3, Brian, in the power play. That's almost unheard of for the Grizzlies team that were so powerful in that power play. It's where they sort of earned those wins, finishing first in the Western Division last season. But it was a big shift in terms of momentum in that game. Do cover, and it will be, no, it won't. Wow. Great piece of fielding at cover. So it will end the over with a dot, and at the end of the first, well, a pretty tight start for the Cricket Stars, just 2 without loss. So you see lengthy batting lineup to come for the Grizzlies. They've got reinforcements in Hamad Azam back into the lineup. The MVP from the 2021 season, 184 of a strike rate, 12 wickets as well to go with it. He had a shoulder injury, so it's good to see that he's not too serious and he's recovered quickly.
That's exactly the case. And then looking further all the way down the bottom of that lineup that you're looking at, Ihsan Adil. I expect him just a tremendous, tremendous bowler, and you expect that he's going to be able to have something to say about what happens on the field today. Well, definitely, he's the kind of bowler or the kind of player who impacts the overall game with his bowling attack.
Yeah, really excited to have a look at conditions very soon in terms of that surface. But definitely the seamers will come into play. It's different to what we saw in that first game yesterday evening. The Houston Hurricanes, the home team, winning their first against, of course, the opposition would have traveled a long way in terms of the Chicago Blasters. They would have won pretty convincingly in the end with some 3 overs to spare the Hurricanes. Good start to them from a big holiday weekend. They're going to be in action 4 times over the next 3 days. Mohamed Issa comes into the attack with his seam bowling as well. Sami Aslam, first delivery for him. Off the legs, and again, something that these two like to do in the power play, especially when they don't score boundaries, is rotate that strike. They like to keep it ticking over, and it allows to sort of put pressure on the fielding team.
Such an important part of the game. And let's look at the pitch for a second. Very grassy, and I think just taking a quick look at it before the game started, Nikhil, very hard underneath but grassy. So you get the sense that there's enough in it for both batters and bowlers.
Yeah, very contrasting to what we had yesterday, where there was real no green grass on it. So spinners came into play. You think this one, though, you'll get a lot more sideways movements, and it'll excite the likes of Sher Khan, and even, of course, Ihsan Adil with that fantastic 6-wicket haul last weekend. So that'll be something in the back of these Cricket Stars' minds. But the way they batted yesterday, they won't fear a soul in this minor league cricket championship. 214 runs posted in their very first game. They were fantastic. Just riding, using the pace, but there's that third man in play. Of course, 2 fielders allowed outside the circle in this power play. Third man and fine leg, pretty conventional for your attacking seamers in that first 6 overs.
That's exactly right. So you'd expect, if the third man and fine leg are in position, that the typical line of attack is going to be on and around off stump. You're expecting the ball to be somewhere just short of driving length. Nothing that you want the batters to be able to elevate the ball over the fielders at mid-off and mid-on. So it will be interesting to see how both these batters are able to handle that type of a field.
Again, cut this time, though. Third man will have work to do and he won't be able to stop it. That's the class of Sami Aslam. Just a delicate touch and it gets a first boundary for the Grizzlies.
Absolutely. So I mentioned they'd want to keep it somewhere on the off stump. This one just a little bit too far outside off and definitely too short. So any batter who's worth his salt is going to be having his eyes light up when he sees that type of a delivery. Cutting it away really beautifully. And once it got past that inner circle, the man at backward point, not able to get to it, always going to be running away for 4.
So Issa under pressure straight away. His bowling partner Zia Khan in the wickets, 2 yesterday, up front for his team. Definitely going down the leg side. But you mentioned that performance yesterday. Spend some time on that, Brian. 214, and I think many people would have looked, obviously with the bye weekend at first for the Michigan Cricket Stars, don't think many people would have had them sort of to be this dominant. But in that first game against the Athletics, a very good lineup who you would have seen a lot of last season, to post 214, then defend it as well. They were truly magnificent and a great way to set the tone in the tournament.
Very much so, and you get the sense that, again, both of these teams are just really stacked as this ball goes, just defended into the offside, into the onside for no run. Both of these teams are stacked, so you get the sense that either, whether batting first or batting last, either of these teams can put up a really big total. Again, for me, Sami Aslam is the key, but again, he's not the only one on the side. And to the extent that the others who are coming down the lineup have a similar sort of talent, Michigan really has a tremendous amount of work to do here to pull things back when they get going.
Pretty much on the money since that initial boundary. So they're showing already signs of a very consistent and lethal bowling attack. 8 for none after 2.
...2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, a beautiful day here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, of course. First game of this blockbuster Saturday, the Golden State Grizzlies. A decent start for them, yet to lose the wicket. They like to build that solid foundation. And Karan Shandel, well, expect him, Brian, to probably play the more aggressive role of the two in this partnership. Sami Aslam, those 500 runs came at a strike rate of just 111 last season, but it's a role that they like him to play.
It's interesting that you mentioned Karan Shandel would be the one who's expected to be more aggressive as the first ball coming into the second over. Ooh, attempted cut and a miss here, but almost they're playing reverse roles. You expect Sami Aslam to set the foundation and bat through somewhere around 100 strike rates. He's exactly at 100 strike rate now, but Karan Shandel only 1 from 8, so not able to get things going to the extent that you'd expect him to early in the innings. I expect that to change.
Well, this is the game of cricket. 1 week, you're just blazing the runs. Next, really struggling to find the middle of the bat, but he's still there.
White.
Karan Shandel, he's gonna have to rebowl that one. Zia Khan, he's in the wickets as I mentioned yesterday. 2 important wickets with that new ball, 2 for 37 for Khan. But a lot of options. This variance in terms of the attack is something that the Stars, what makes them so dangerous. You can see the line that he's going to. That's a little harsh. Touch and go, maybe.
I agree with that. Of course, the umpires today, umpire Samir Bandekar is the one who's operating at the forest end, who judged that last delivery to be wide. And of course, it's a guideline, so the umpire's call is going to be final on that.
Comes down the track, and this will be runs past mid-on up in the circle. And the first real sign of aggression from Karan Shandel. It's a good option to get close to the pitch of the ball and just place it down the ground, knowing those 2 men up in the field, in the power play.
Using the feet, advancing down the track a little bit. We mentioned that he started out sort of slowly, but he appears to have taken or made the decision to take on the attack. So shuffling out of his crease and taking a ball that was short of a length into maybe not quite driving length, but certainly close enough to be able to get that ball through the circle on the offside, mid-off and mid-on inside, always going to go for 4.
White.
Another big swing and a miss from Karan Shandel. You look at the field, though, in terms of another wide. given. But you look at this field in terms of the two outside the circle. He has this deep mid-wicket in place. Now, we've seen this a couple of occasions in this tournament where bowlers, especially the seamers, have opted to start. But I think if you do have that fielder at the mid-wicket, Brian, you want to see some balls at the body. You want to see some of those shorter deliveries to bring that man in play. Otherwise, it's really a waste. Goes again, this time in the air and taken. It's the first wicket for the Michigan Cricket Stars, and they've been in and around asking questions, asking the right questions. This time they've got their man, the danger man, Shandell.
Shandell only flattering to deceive on this occasion, looking to up the ante, looking to drive through the offside, but spooning a pretty simple catch into the covers. So the first wicket goes down. Shandell, his day with the bat is done. 5 from 9. The score is now 14 for 1.
Yeah, easily went to Zishan Maksud, and he's not going to make a mistake. Safe pair of hands at cover. Big wicket gone for the Grizzlies. The man that did the recovery.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
For the Grizzlies in the first game. He's got to go for 5, and now trouble for the Grizzlies early on.
Comfortable, 6.
Placing him, Zia Shazad, in at number 3. A new role for him in this tournament so far, but he's such an important player in terms of all-round ability of this Grizzlies team. You look at the impact he had last season, taking the second most wickets for them with his leg spin. I like the role that they've used him in, especially in the power play. So often in this tournament you see, Brian, teams taking that greater impetus and greater emphasis on the power play overs with those 2 men outside the circle.
Certainly presents opportunities, and I like the fact that, number one, with this ability that he has, you want to make sure that the ability to maneuver the ball around in the infield is always going to be there. I mentioned earlier about the fact that how athletic the fielders are on the infield, and this Michigan side has a really athletic set of infielders, Ryan Scott, etc. But a good batter will be able to maneuver the ball, you would think, and to be able to make sure that there is no impetus lost. So the challenge is going to be, for me, looking how each of these batters is going to be able to sort of come over the loss of that first wicket and then get the scoreboard ticking in the way that we know that they can.
He's got to be very precise in terms of this field, because even though they've lost that early wicket, I can tell you they like to maintain that rhythm, that aggression in this innings. And with Sami Aslam still at the other end, they'll try to ensure that they continue to score in this first 6. They make use of the fielding restriction, just 2 outside the circle. And Shandell looking to up the ante. We saw it a couple of times in the last over. I love the line, though, from Zia Khan. Attacking wide outside the off stump, knowing he's got a packed offside field and protection. And it paid dividends for him in the end, taking the wicket. So first delivery for Zia Shazad. Right on the money. I like the look of this Zia Khan so far. Impressed yesterday against the Athletics. And early on, he's been on the money. And getting that wicket of Shandell, Brian, was just so important.
It's very interesting as here's the replay for the wicket. Looking just, I think the ball coming, spooning off of the bat, just a little bit too high on the bat, maybe right around the maker's name. And for a ball that was there to be hit, got just a little bit too much under it and just ended up scooping a pretty simple catch.
Oh. Getting some sharp bounce. Zia Khan on that occasion. We'll have another. That will be the over, actually. So a successful one, a fruitful one for the Michigan Cricket Stars, striking early, drawing first blood in this contest. 14 for 1 after 3. It's actually one more delivery in the over. The umpires are tricking me. I saw Bandekar go to the hat.
He did, and in fact the scorecard also indicated that it was the end of the over, but they're allowed to have a mistake, I guess.
Full delivery, leading edge, almost carrying to that man extra cover. You don't want to really play too many aerial strokes to Ryan Scott. That will officially end the over. Same score, 14 for 1 after 3. Sami Aslam building that foundation. He's been a real pole of stability in this Grizzlies team. 500 runs last season. Was a real stand-up for them. Averaged over 35 at the bat in hand. So simple. Obviously a man with test experience. Averaged 35 at the test level as well. But he's so simple in his planning. And he's been brilliant so far in these 2 seasons.
It's the calmness for me. It's the ability to maintain composure throughout his entire innings. And yes, he can score very heavily, but he doesn't have to be going all guns blazing. And he paces his innings generally in that type of mentality. And that same calmness extends to when his team is in the field. Not somebody who, you know, is going to react overly, you know, negatively to something bad that happens. He's just all around a very good cricketer.
Yeah, this has been right on the money, though, from Isan Khan. Even though there have been a couple of deliveries which have been put away to the boundary, I like the line that they've attacked. Sort of on that off stump and on that 4th stump line. It brought the wicket of Shandell, but it's the length as well. No real arms to drive, even with these men up in the circle. 4 on the offside in the circle. You don't have those full deliveries that can actually play those drives. Sami Aslam is a man very powerful down the ground. This is a good start from the Cricket Stars.
Quick single. And now to go back to the point that you made maybe 4 or 5 deliveries ago, that man deep mid wicket, and you're mentioning maybe something at the body. I think that that's going to be in the back of their mind, because certainly you don't want to necessarily bowl that type of delivery every single time just because you have a man back there. But at some point you're going to see either Zia Khan or potentially Issa go right at the body to induce that sort of a shot. So just something to pay attention to. The couple of deliveries ago, the 5th ball of this previous over, there was a tremendous amount of bounce, and you saw that. We both sort of gasped when we saw it. So that indicates to me that there's a fair amount of pace and a fair amount of bounce in this wicket. Each of these bowlers will be looking to take advantage of that.
Of course, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco should be a very exciting day of cricket. I looked at the calendar in terms of the schedule and saw this day, these 2 matches. The defending champions coming up later today, the Silicon Valley Strikers, also in the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Really should be an enticing day of cricket. The way these Cricket Stars have started has put the Grizzlies on the back foot. But they won't be unfamiliar with this position. 20 for 3 in the last game. They recovered to 182. Down the leg side, what a take, what a grab, and taken.
Take, is that a catch? That is gone. Oh, fantastic.
They're taken down the leg side, Zia Shazad. He's got to depart, looking to play that little flick. It's a superb take by the keeper. And, well, the Cricket Stars, you mentioned the energy, the intensity they've started with. That will excite them and help in terms of the momentum.
Oh my goodness, looking at the replay, looking at it live, it appeared that it was just a good save to keep the ball from going away for 5 wides, but it actually came off of Zia Shazad's bat. And what an athletic take down the leg side, one-handed with the left hand no less. A tremendous, tremendous catch. Zia Shazad is done, gone without troubling the scorers, and 2 wickets are now down for the Golden State Grizzlies.
Gentlemen, batsman in. Gentlemen, batsman in.
So work to be done for this Grizzlies team. In a spot of bother again in this power play. Shivan Mishra walks out to the middle with his team in serious trouble. Just 1 boundary scored by a team that's usually so lethal in these power play overs. We did see them struggle in the last game, Brian, 20 for 3 after the first 6, but the key was the recovery. A great partnership, 110 runs put on between Karan Shandell, Malik Junaid. Both of those won't be featuring anymore. Shandell dismissed, Junaid out of the 11 today. So it's up to that man, Sami Aslam, the captain, to lead his team from the front. But a lot of batting depth in this team, especially with the MVP, Hamad Azam, from last season coming back in.
It is good to have the depth to be able to recover from 20 for 3, but you don't want to have practice doing that. Losing 3 wickets in the power play is almost always going to be a recipe for a subpar score. And, you know, it's kind of difficult to know exactly what a par score here would be today. My guess would be somewhere around 130, 135, maybe something like that. But you lose 3 wickets, and in this case, 2 early within the first 4 overs. Those will have the impact, obviously, of pulling things back and not allowing you to play with the carefree nature that you're accustomed to. So they're going to be able to watch this because it's going to be an impact for the rest of the game.
Yeah, on a really good length as well. Even at this time, where the line was much straighter at the body. Off the mark straight away, Shivam Mishra. Well, here it is again. What a superb take it was. Well, angling down the leg side. So Shahzad tried to cash in, just one-handed grab. Great catch in the end by Das. And that's the small things that you need to go your way in this game of T20 cricket. It just shifts the pendulum, momentum back in your favor. This is a dream start for us. Very strong Cricket Stars team.
My goodness. In most instances, a ball that is going down the leg side will present a proper a scoring opportunity, because obviously you cannot have more than 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. So anything going in that direction generally is a scoring opportunity. But how unfortunate that that only tickled the edge of the bat.
Worked into the onside for a quick single run-out chance, but he's very quick, Shivam Mishra. That's one of the main things about his game. Comes in as one of the younger members of this Grizzlies team with a good quick single. That's what you have to do when you're in a real tight situation. Just need to rotate the strike. Saw that gap, and you think Derek hit could have been gone actually, but in the end, happy to mitigate the risk, take it on. You need to take some risk early in this power play. This will be a big task for the likes of Shivam Mishra. A lot of batting still to come, though. You mentioned Hamad Azam, Mohit Nataraji, all-rounder. So a very deep lineup, this Grizzlies team. Again, this one short, but there is a fine leg in play, so you will have some work to do at the boundary. You can tell, though, you mentioned it earlier, the pace and bounce in this surface is why I was so excited early on. That will bring the over to a close. So things happening for the Michigan Cricket Stars, and the 4-18 for 2.
So quick look at the overall scorecard so far. Good, solid effort by the Michigan Cricket Stars. Very athletic in the field, taking advantage of some indifferent batting so far from the Golden State Grizzlies. 18 for 2 is the overall score. And boy, Nikhil, the old club cricketer in me that used to be a fast bowler loves to see the bounce that is in this pitch. Realize how fine that ball went. It went right all the way to fine leg, probably less than 45-degree angle, which indicates that the ball is rushing onto the bat. And when the fast bowler bends his back and gets that good short delivery in, that can cause some damage.
So 2 overs apiece for the opening bowlers, Issa and Zia Khan. So it's going to be a change in bowling. More seam coming into the attack. I think it looks from here as Andrea Bryce. So a lot of fast bowling options in this Michigan Cricket Stars lineup. Around the wicket as well. Interesting angle, looking to take the ball away from the left-hander. But one major thing that stood out to me, seeing the teams, Brian, as rocked up today, Hamad Azam back into the 11, but it's the man that he replaced. Malik Junaid came in with his team at 20 for 3, put on 49 from 34 deliveries in a partnership of 110 runs, and was dropped in the next game. These Grizzlies are harsh, but it shows the depth as well.
That's exactly the point. He would not have felt very good about being dropped, but your team is so stacked that you have the ability to have somebody who, with those types of numbers, sit on the bench for the next game. Now, you mentioned the fact that Bryce is choosing to go around the wicket to the left-handers. You know, you and I have talked ad nauseum about that decision. I generally prefer for the fast bowler to go over the wicket to the lefty.
I thought it was pad first, Bryce, but umpire not interested. Definitely bat. You can see how powerfully the ball went back to him. So one thing though on that point is something that you see from the likes of Kemar Roach, struck broad in the red ball format. with left-handers batting at the crease, they tend to go around the wicket and try to angle the ball away off the seam, especially with this green grass. You get that bit of sideways movement, so you do see it quite often in the modern game, mostly at the test level though. Rice goes very full, and again, can't penetrate that infield. Remember, this is still the power play. Only 2 outside the circle in that third man, and the deep mid wicket again. So the only 1 boundary scored. That's a big setback for the Grizzlies.
It's interesting that you mentioned Stuart Broad and Kimar Roach, because those are the 2 that I always use as the exception to my rule, because both of those have the ability to move the ball away from the left-hander, not just off the seam but also in the air. So from that angle, it's very similar to an off-spinner choosing to go around the wicket to a left-hander where the ball is leaving them. We'll talk more about that shortly.
This one flicked down the leg side, but there is that man at deep mid wicket. So again, even when they've strayed in terms of that line and gotten a bit loose, they have fielders positioned in the right areas. I still think though, the way Price is operated, trying to get that ball to move away from the 2 left-handers at the crease, I just feel that that deep mid wicket is wasted. You want to have your seamer trying to attack the off stump, especially with 5 in the offside. Aslam has been quiet, but probably the right way he's batted in this situation. Less than a run a ball, but the main thing is that he's still there, still in the middle, and his team's chances will rely heavily on the captain.
Absolutely. So back to that point here, Nikhil, for me, it makes more sense, number 1, to go over the wicket and slant the ball across. I think that's a better angle to the left-hander. And then number 2, you just mentioned it, there's 4 in the circle on the offside. So that's the line that you want, that's the direction that you want the batter to be playing in. I have no problem with a short ball every once in a while to bring that mid-wicket fielder into play, but for the most part, this angle from around the wicket, I think, negates the chance to keep the fielders in the ring in play.
A superb first over from Bryce, just 1 run from it, and the Michigan Cricket Stars, in just their 2nd game of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, are well on top. Grizzlies 19 for 2.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
We're back here for this crucial matchup between the Michigan Cricket Stars. Of course, these Golden State Grizzlies, 2 undefeated teams in this tournament. Well, that's going to change today after this matchup. It's going to be more seam into the attack. This time, lavish drive. That's 4. Don't bother chasing it. And that's Shivam Mishra. That will do his confidence a lot of good. Just being able, the first real loose delivery in this power play. He's credit to the Michigan Cricket Stars, but just searching a bit too full.
Just a little too full, and just economy of movement. Very little back lift. Just look at the replay. Proper high raised front arm, front elbow rather, racing away. Once it beat that man at mid-off, 4 runs all the way. That will absolutely do himself a world of good.
And he's going to be very important coming at a real critical time. Team 18 for 2, needing to rebuild. Much better delivery at the stumps. And you see, Brian, you would know better than anyone. Variable bounce at Prairie View. We saw it a couple of times yesterday, and there again, ball probably on a good or even shorter length, but not rising.
That's exactly right, and you know, it warms my heart for the right-hander to be going over the wicket to the lefty. That last delivery, or the first delivery, the first over, just a little too full, punched away for 4. But this type of delivery, pitching from over the wicket on or about middle stump and jagging back in. Those are the types of deliveries that I think will be much more beneficial for the Michigan Cricket Stars.
Already seen 4 fast bowlers on display. All 4 of them have looked on the money and on the charge. They're up and roaring, ready for this occasion. The Michigan Cricket Stars, definitely one of the forces to be reckoned with in this tournament. Much big heave into the onside. Slower delivery, pace off, showing his good versatility and variation for Farhan Ali.
That definitely was pace off, and I think the eyes of the batter just lit up on that occasion, looking to go big, only succeeding in edging it onto his pad. But that absolutely shows great skill, because there was very little change in his delivery, but the pace of the ball, obviously about 20 kilometers per hour slower than the previous 2.
After conceding that boundary, he's come back well, Ali. Another slower delivery, this time cut, but straight to the fielder. You have to mention the way that they started. Also, a brave move by the captain as well, Zishan Matsu, to win the toss and bowl first. You look at the last 2 games for this Grizzlies team, Brian, they got up to 179 for 5 and 182 in their previous games, winning the toss, batting first. Actually being sent in again, that shows you the confidence that Matsoud has in his bowlers.
Yep.
In order to look to restrict this team, even though they're so powerful and strong, taking first knock.
Completely agree with you. Now, maybe a little bit of that decision had to do with, I mentioned earlier, the outfield look a little bit thicker than normal. And here in the Houston area, there's always going to be a lot of dew on the ground. But neither of those seems to have been much of an issue. It's just good, proper, tight bowling that has caused this start so far.
This time over the top, and now all of a sudden Shiva Mishra, he's found his range, found his rhythm a couple of occasions in this over, picks up his 2nd boundary.
Well, if the first ball of this over was punched down the ground for 4 in a more elegant, let's call it conservative fashion, this is just an old-fashioned biff over the top, right in the slot and driven over the top. Really a lovely looking shot, but more a shot that you'd expect to see in a T20 match from a very aggressive batting side.
I just saw Zishan Matsu, the captain, go over and have a word with him, his young bowler Farhan Ali. And that's what you need to do. Just telling him he needs to pull that length back. Anytime he was on a good length, things began to happen. Some balls keeping low. Pace off again, much better option, much harder to score, especially on a bit tacky of a surface. You saw yesterday, Brian, it was very difficult to score early on. So 2 boundaries coming in that over, a big one for the Grizzlies, 27 for 2 after the power play.
End of power play, skipper. End of power play.
So the end of the initial power play, meaning now that 5 can go outside of that 30-yard ring. Much easier now, and you have to say, Brian, a dream start for the Michigan Cricket Stars to restrict such a lethal batting lineup, one that fired on pretty much every occasion last season. Already 2 scores of close to 180 in this tournament, but they've come back well, 27 for 2 in the first 6. Couldn't have asked for a better start.
27 for 2, something else to pay attention to when you are such a strong batting lineup. To keep such a strong batting lineup to 4.5 runs per over, in addition to having taken 2 wickets, is a great credit to your bowling attack.
Not any 2 wickets as well. The leading run scorer for this Grizzlies team, Karan Shandel, 115 runs already in this tournament. That was a huge wicket to get. Him not really troubling the score, just 1 for him today. Good short option from Bryce. He's got protection in deep as well. That fine leg as well as that deep mid wicket. So you can tell he likes to go to that short delivery.
Yep. But again, look at the pace in the wicket. A good way of judging the pace in the wicket is to see how fine the ball goes when the hook shot is played. If there's not much pace in the wicket, you expect the ball to go square or maybe even in front of square. But that ball went all the way down to fine leg. Tremendous amount of pace, both from the bowler and in the wicket itself.
Eager to see that man on screen with the bat in hand. Zishan Masood, what a seasoned campaigner he is, Oman International. He'll be in action very soon with a bat in hand. Balls as well, good slow delivery from Bryce. Must say, Brian, those that don't know, I've done a lot of games with you. Great to have the old pal back in the commentary box. Love the energy and, of course, that laugh. Can't get away from that laugh.
Look, I will tell you, I was saying to you earlier off camera, my day job is something that has nothing to do with cricket. It is so wonderful to forget about the day job for a few days, come down here and watch some cricket with friends, put it that way.
Don't let your boss hear you, Brian. He might say, well, make this permanent.
Well, I am my boss, so that makes it easier.
Good line again from Bryce, and has a few words to say as well to the batter. He's a flary player, Andre Bryce. I like this aggression. Overall, I love the planning. They've been simple, Zishan Masood and his men, but what I love about it is that they've been quietly aggressive, letting the ball do the talking. You can see again, outside, hanging the ball outside that off stump, making them reach.
It's really interesting to see how far a fast bowler's follow through is depending on what happened on the delivery. He actually accelerated after he released the ball that time.
Face off again. We'll have to rebowl that one. And like I said, they're going to get a sneak an extra run as well.
Definitely a wide. Umpire Samir Bandekar signaling from the forest end. Two umpires, well known. Samir Bandekar from the forest end, and down here at the highway end is Sadiq Koja. Very well known, and both of them have worked tremendous games here in the Houston area as well as throughout the minor league system. So there's umpire Bandekar, one of a handful of umpires who's actually certified to do international matches. So very proud of that for that young man.
This is brilliant bowling. Protection at third man. They'll get a quick single, but you don't mind that too much if you are the Michigan Cricket Stars. They've just attacked that wide outside the off-stump line. And Zishan Masood, Brian, we saw him yesterday with the ball in hand. Picked up 3 wickets. Spin. Mohamed Mohsin, his counterpart, leg spin counterpart. 7 wickets between the two. Today, though, different conditions, and they've had to adapt with the seam. I love the planning. I love the execution, more importantly, from Masood and his team.
And to have the resources to be able to sort of handle each situation as it presents itself. That's a huge part of it also.
Another pace-off delivery, and he's going to have to hurry. This is good bowling from Bryce, who's shown both aspects of his game. He can go very quick, but also has a good slower delivery that he's used on a couple of occasions, which hasn't been too costly for his team.
Here you go again. Not much action. I mentioned it earlier. Not a lot of change in the action when he delivers the slower ball. It's hard to read as a batter when you're seeing that slower ball come. You're expecting it to be a similar pace, which is why on that occasion the batter way out in front, Shiva Mishra, way out in front of that shot, only succeeding in under-edging it.
I'm surprised you haven't commented on one thing, Brian. That hairstyle.
I think it speaks for itself.
This one's very full. Sami Aslam timed the pass off of that.
Yes, he did.
Zishan Masood is a strong fielder, but does well to cut it off. Even he has to rub that hand. End of the 7th over. Stars keeping a tight grip of proceedings. 31 for 2. Four options used for the Cricket Stars, all seam, Brian, and boy have they started well.
Definitely started well. I mentioned earlier the pace in the wicket, and something to pay attention to as we go through the rest of this innings. But both, just 4 seamers. The only one who's been slightly expensive, Farhan Ali, from his 1 over, the first and last balls of that over going for boundaries. But the rest have all been just right there from an economy standpoint and from the standpoint of being able to take wickets. So you're very pleased if you're Zishan or Zia Masood Maqsood rather, because you're exactly executing in the way that you want to.
Zishan Maqsood, the captain, well, he
Thank you. You did it better than me.
You would have observed these conditions, how things have played. It's gone to, looks like it, Norman Anwar for the first time today. This one, Brian, 100, the first 100, 119 from 62 deliveries yesterday against the Athletics. First 100 of this minor league, 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. And boy, did he set the stage on fire. Can he do it with the ball in hand? That's the next question. First sign of spin into the attack.
Tremendous.
Meticulous bowler coming out of Pakistan. More known for his batting, but he can do a job, fill a role for his team. I'm surprised though that Maqsood hasn't actually gone to himself. But actually it's not surprising because you think about two left-handers in the middle. So going to the off spin of Norman Anwar. Of course, this tournament presented by Sunoco. The coverage, the premium coverage, wouldn't be possible without them. Looks like coming in front of the hand as well.
Yes. So exactly the point that you made. Two lefties at the crease. Not surprising that you go with an off spinner. And further to my point from earlier, that off spinner bowling from around the wicket angles the ball in and then gets it to straighten. Oh, and the reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep, and it will be runs. Sometimes you need that innovation to get you those runs. A dive comes out, does really well at the boundary to save what looks like a run for his team. Sami Aslam trying to find a way to just maneuver his team out of what's been a tricky situation, a tricky period where they haven't really scored in the vein that they're used to scoring, less than 5 runs and over throughout this first 7.
Well, what a tremendous effort. I thought for all money that was going to be a boundary, but you never know how that one run saved will impact the rest of the game. But here looking at the replay, that dive and just a flick back with the left hand.
Did well, did very well, and that's been a main highlight of this Michigan Cricket Stars. We saw the keeper who was able to take that fantastic catch, and now the keeper, of course, Das. No, good piece of fielding to save another boundary. Small things mean so much. Into the onside. You look at Norman Anwar with his off spin. It reminds me a lot of Ajanta Mendez from Sri Lanka, who would have played so many games at the highest level out the front of the hand, and that adds another degree of difficulty, another degree of challenge for these two left-handed batters.
No question, and left-handers generally, unless you're Brian Lara, just don't necessarily like to have off-spinners bowling at you. So it's generally a very good option for the bowling side if you can have a lefty, or if you're facing a lefty, to bowl your off-spinners at them.
A good first over from Norman Anwar comes to an end. He did it with the bat yesterday. Today with the ball. End of the over. 38 correction for 2.
My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
The Prairie View Cricket Complex, the home of this holiday weekend in this minor league cricket tournament presented by Sunoco. So many blockbuster matchups happening at the same time all around the venue. Mohamed Mohsin coming into the attack for the first time, the leg break bowler.
Interesting call, because we mentioned the off-spinner bowling is the bane of all left-handed batters, but left-handed batters generally like leg spinners.
Well, the thing about Mohamed Mohsin that I like, and I think is why I actually refer to him coming into the attack much sooner, he's actually known for bowling that googly, so actually the one that will go the other way and spin away from the left-handers, but not a big turn of the ball because of the pace that he bowls at. Mohamed Mohsin comes in with a big reputation himself, playing a lot of domestic cricket in Pakistan. It's just too short, and in the gap between the two fielders, work to be done, and it goes through him. bad misfield from a Cricket Stars team that's been almost seamless, just perfect in the field, but that's going to be a costly miss to give some momentum to Mishra, who's hit another boundary.
Oh, the fielder in the deep there did the hard work to get around about 15 or so yards to his right, and the slide was exactly timed well, but just having that ball go right through him. So you give away 3 runs. Here, look at the replay. And swept away in the deep. And it slide right past him and going away for 4. So he's going to want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So 3 bonus runs, and you will take that gift if you are the Golden State Grizzlies.
Oh, no. Oh, even better this time. Past the third man inside the circle, and it could be another boundary. It is. Back-to-back boundaries for Shiva Mishra, who's really looked the part in what's been tough circumstances to score. This is good awareness and initiative taking on the leg spin of the 2 left-handers.
That is really interesting. So this is a cheeky, good old late cut. Have to time it perfectly for that to have beaten the fielder at short third man, and he was not able to run it down. So forget what I said about the outfield being slow earlier, because Nikhil, that ball raced, actually picked up pace as it went across the outfield for 4.
And I think I've seen it many times, that early morning dew, but as this sun, oh my goodness, this heat, Brian, in Houston.
Welcome to Texas.
Over 100 degrees expected today or more. So with that, not only will it affect the surface, but the outfield as well. Much quicker, very fast outfield here at Prairie View. A lot of value for your shots. And big swing and a miss. Looking to go in the onside. Of course, our official sponsor, DAFA News. Seen so many of these stars covered by DAFA News. Check them out for the latest news in this minor league tournament. I like that from Mohsen, much slower.
Yep.
I want to see him use that long off and long on, those 2 fielders in the deep. So he can flight some, entice Shiva Mishra, who's definitely had the more attacking impetus, to look to go over the top. So big boundary straight. Very full swept, should just be a single, comfortable single. A big over, Brian, for the Golden State Grizzlies as they try to work themselves back into this game. End of 9, 49 for 2.
12 minutes down.
So Anwar, after a really good first over, back into the attack. Norman Anwar. I have to say, even though they haven't taken a wicket in some time, haven't taken a wicket since the 3rd over, they've been well in control with the pressure on the Cricket Stars.
Hey!
Just punched down the ground. The overall run rate so far here, Nikhil, at the end of that previous over was 5.44. You're going to be looking for something in the range of about 7 for the rest of the game. And I want to see whether or not the Grizzlies can accelerate to that extent, because as of right now, they're on par to score something around 109, that they'll want much more than that.
Big swing into the onside, and there is 2 fielders in the deep, but it's hit so well.
Wow.
Electric outfield. And Shiva Mishra in the last couple of overs, especially against the spin, has looked like a completely different player. This is good batting and good aggression being shown.
Definitely, and I mentioned the acceleration that you'd expect. We're almost halfway through the innings now. We're into the 10th over, and Mishra has been there for long enough to the extent that you think he would be comfortable enough with the attack that he's seen so far. Been there long enough to read the pitch, judging the ability for the ball to come onto the bat, and then I'm looking really for him to be able to push on from here.
Oh, this time even better, but there is a fielder there, so he will cut it off. But he's showing his innovation and his ability, Shiva Mishra, to find those gaps. There were 2 men in that onside, one at a deep backward square position and one at mid-wicket. So he had to be so precise in terms of the area he got that ball in, the direction, and executed really well. Coming into his own now, Mishra. It's been an interesting approach, though. Peter, not Peter at all. It's Brian alongside me as the 50 comes up.
Well, we look exactly alike.
Of course, our big boss, Peter Steep, back in the control room. He's a hard taskmaster, you know, Brian. I had to give him some exposure at some stage.
You wrote it into your contract, didn't you?
I'm going to work on getting a camera there all the way back in Utah. It's fantastic how this production's come together. Technology is going. Wanted a leg before, but definitely going down the leg side. No man, Anwar, he knew it. An optimistic shout. End of the 10th over, the halfway stage, 55 for 2.
आपने उधर जाना है यार पानी फेंको तो लगदंदा मत फेंको
55 for 2. The last couple of overs have been much more productive and along the lines of what you'd be looking for from the Golden State Grizzlies. At this rate, obviously, if they double their score from here, they'll get to 110, but they'll be looking for a lot more than that. And you see just the bowling card there. The last couple of overs have yielded 6, 11, and 7. The last 3 overs, so the scoring has accelerated a little bit, and you're looking to see whether or not the Golden State Grizzlies can continue to push on from there.
Yeah, ball move by Maksud as this one flies across cover. He has to do well, but doesn't do well enough. And it's going to be a boundary. Shiva Mishra, he's taking the game on and taking it on by storm. It's now his 6th boundary all along the ground, but he's timed the pants off of that one. And even mid-off, long off, sorry, in place. Couldn't stop it. Coming down the track using his feet. Good option.
Very good option. Certainly advancing down the track and piercing that gap to perfection. We mentioned how athletic the Michigan Stars are, the cricket stars are in the field, but that fielder from long off only had maybe 5 or so yards, but could not get there. It was timed so well.
Yeah, Farhan Ali will be disappointed that he wasn't able to really stop that because he did all the hard work, got across to it so quickly, actually got a hand on it as well, but then wasn't able to cut it off. So costly boundary, the 3rd off the bowling of Mohammed Mohsin. You can see trying to bring that long off field in play, but better to the task, Shiva Mishra, and positioned it wide of that man as well. Got there in the end, just couldn't cut it off.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So signs here in the last couple of overs, Nikhil, of the Golden State Grizzlies pushing on, going through the gears. They've been in 2nd gear for a while. You get the sense now that they're approaching 4th and about to go into overdrive. So that 110 that was projected at the halfway stage, I think, will be obliterated. The question is, how much can the Michigan Cricket Stars pull them back?
Yeah, good cricket. Sami Aslam, he's very quick between the wickets. This is good running between these two. There's now 28 runs scored in the last 3.2 overs, and that, you look at that run rate, just above or close to 9 runs and over. As soon as the spinners come into the attack, they've just grown in comfort and confidence. Won't get it past that 3rd man fielder. And it's also because you have this 2 left-handers at the crease partnership. It's keeping Zishan Maksud, who we know is very important in terms of with the ball in hand as well, the captain for this team with his left arm spin. So you can see a clear plan by these two to try and come down the track and use their feet.
Definitely looking to be more attacking. Of course, the best way to upset the length that a spinner is bowling is to use your feet. Now, if you're using your feet, you have to be able to make sure that you're skilled enough to not walk past one. But I don't get the sense that either Sami Aslam or Shiva Mishra is going to be able to have that problem.
Switch hit comes out, and man in the circle, he won't have a chance. It's now 4 boundaries scored in the last 2 overs off Mohammed Mohsin. It's just been very easy for these 2 good players of spin to really up the ante and up the scoring rate. 2nd boundary in the over.
Definitely, the reverse sweeps that you usually see are not as full as this ball was. That ball was pitching almost on a good length, maybe even driving length. So to be able to have the hand-eye coordination to reverse sweep that away for four is the hallmark of good batsmanship.
Just a second boundary for Sami Aslam in 26 deliveries. How often do you see that? Much better length for Mohsin. Have to hurry again. Great running from Shiva Mishra. And in the end, gets home. So a big over comes to an end for the Golden State Grizzlies. Pick up 10 runs from the over, and all of a sudden, this game looking a lot different after 11. 65 for 2. Last ball, good running between these two. You can see even when they aren't scoring the boundaries, good length, good adjustment from Mohsin. And Mishra was very confident and stubborn in the fact that he wanted to get to the other end, ensure that that run rate keeps ticking over.
Looking at that replay again, Nikhil, from down the pitch from that angle. And by the way, just fantastic camera work that we have throughout this entire facility in these premium matchups. But that appeared to be the googly on that occasion. So turned away from the lefty, which made it easy to play that ball going away on the leg side, on the offside rather. But I guarantee you that if he has a googly.
You see Perron there, man from Trinidad and Tobago. Good man, you know, good man, not only behind the camera, but in front as well, you could say. Good man off the field. Anwar back into the attack. Wow, this is pierced through extra cover. Ryan Scott has got some work to do, but he's one of the best fielders in this tournament. They still come back for 2 though. And all of a sudden, that scoring rate has gone up past 6 runs and over.
Yep.
They're scored at 9 runs and over in the last 4 overs. As soon as spin has been introduced, mainly off the bowling of Mohamed Mohsin.
Well, that run rate exactly at 6, and going to, you get the sense it will keep pushing in that direction. Another reverse sweep in his caught.
Gone this time. And looking now, just probably one too many from Sami Aslam. He likes to play behind square, and they know the importance of that wicket. Anwar into the attack, the off-spinner, the part-timer after 2 very tidy overs. He gets his man. Big wicket and a big setback for the Golden State Grizzlies.
Well, the purists will say that a reverse sweep has no place in cricket. I disagree. I think it has a place, but it can't be every other shot. And looking at the replay here, setting ahead of time and sweeping it very flat right to that man at short third man, easily pouching the catch, no problem at all from that standpoint. And the head of the snake has been cut off. Sami Aslam's day with the bat is done.
Well, the captain, he's had a struggling day based on his standards. Gone for 23, but 29 deliveries faced. 67 now for 3. So Noman Anwar probably deserved that wicket. He conceded just a run of ball. Boy, has he been excellent, playing a big role for his team. Brought in with the 2 left-handers in the middle, being one of the only off-spinners in the side. And he's been trusted, a man with international experience. We saw him score 100 in the tournament yesterday. He's done no wrong. Hamad Azam comes to the middle, the MVP of this Toyota Minor League 2021 Championship. He was fantastic. I mentioned that strike rate of 184, Brian, across the tournament, as well as 12 wickets to go with it. Man, he's a special talent. But he is struggling with a shoulder injury. We saw him pull up midway in terms of his over against the SoCal Lashings, and he wasn't able to play the San Diego Surf Riders. But now good to see him back into the 11. Let's see how sort of that shoulder, if it does affect him with the bat in hand first.
You get the sense that this partnership is going to dictate a lot of what happens for the rest of this game. You mentioned the MVP of the last edition of minor league cricket, and then his partner at the other end, Mishra, 33 from 25.
Off the mark straight away. How do you expect this partnership to play though? Hamad Azam, with a man of that power, hit the most 6s in the minor league last season. Does he have to sort of consolidate for a few overs? Here's the wicket again. Sami Aslam looking probably to play 1 too many. And it was good bowling from Anwar to keep it very wide as well.
Yep.
So you had to almost reach a bit extra, and a good catch taken by in the end. The cricket stars have been excellent. But I'm eager to hear your perspective on this partnership because, as you said, you have a well-set Mishra who's striking the ball well. They've just lost the wicket. You've got the hard-hitting at the other end. Run up front, gets there in the end, though. Very quick, long strides.
Got there quickly, but back to the partnership. Because of the fact that Mishra has been there for a while and is scoring at above a strike rate of 100, with another 8 overs and 2 balls to go, I don't get the sense that Hamad Azam needs to come in hitting big.
Thank you.
So Anwar has done extremely well in this over. Still some batting to come. You think about the likes of Mohit Nataraj, Abhinder Singh, all can bat for this Grizzlies team. Deshpande as well. This is Srinivas, one of the bigger hitters of the ball. Now this is going to be runs. Cut off again. A lot of balls have gone in that area behind square, but they've done well, especially Zishan Masood, to position his better and faster fielders in that region to cut off those boundary options.
Truly innovative captaincy, and it sounds self-evident, but it's not always the case. Just put your fielders, your best fielders, your most mobile fielders in those positions, behind square, inside the circle, to be able to have that exact effect.
Delivery from Anwar, much quicker on that occasion through the air, and he's been a real treat to watch. Picking up his first wicket, well deserved. End of the over, 71 for 3.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Well, 71 for 3 this game, well poised. And in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, boy has it been a treat. Real treat for all the viewers at home across the world, because we've had brands like Sunoco and Toyota on board. It's carried the game globally, helped growing this brand of cricket. I think it's so successful and has massive potential. Zishan Masood, the left arm orthodox spinner, into the attack for the first time today. Probably will see a lot of those arm deliveries going straight on to Shiva Mishra, but instantly with the right-handed Azam coming into the middle, he's brought himself on straight away.
Completely agree with that. Again, the captaincy is what you'd expect. He held himself back out of the attack when the 2 lefties are at the crease. Now that the big hitting Hamad Azam is at the crease, one of the best things to do to try to get at a big hitter early in his innings is to have the ball leaving him. So no surprise that the captain brings himself on. Left arm finger spinner, should be moving the ball away from the left-hander. Check that, from the right-hander.
Well, this time over the top, and well, Hamad Azam is clearly not wasting any time. Wants to, but won't be on. Ryan Scott, one of the best fielders in this minor league.
Boy, that fielding makes such a difference, Nikhil. Ryan Scott made up a good 20 yards to his right. For all money, I thought that was going to be 4. That fielding makes all of the difference. Just a quick break in the action. We see the replay. Look at Ryan Scott. Big, quick slide, and so quick across the outfield. Tremendous effort.
Wow,
straight back to the bowler. Brian, I don't think people understand the magnitude of the player Zishan Masood is. 2021, the ICC Men's Associate Cricketer of the Year because of his all-round performance, 316 runs in that calendar year, but also 21 wickets at 18. Across the year, he's been sensational, and I think a huge pickup for the Cricket Stars, not only with the batting and bowling that he provides, but it's the leadership. To me, that's what's sold so far, and that's what has been so effective for this Cricket Stars in the first 2 matchups.
I agree with you. I saw him briefly about a month or so ago right here at this facility playing for the Oman national team. And a tremendous cricketer, just top to bottom, everything that you just said.
We'll sweat this one, but there is a man in the deep.
So just the exact score that he scored in that match I watched. I don't remember exactly, but it was well over 100.
187 it was.
187. Just tremendous hitter of the ball. He scored 187 of 296, if I remember correctly. So he does not hold a candle to anyone with regard to his batting, and then his bowling is just as good.
Down the track, this is a big hit. Shiva Mishra. But that is out of the top drawer. It's gone a long way and actually interrupted the play at the other grounds. Shows the power of this man. He's been there for a while and has looked the part into the 40s with that strike.
Well, we spoke earlier about the fact that Zishan Maksud is holding himself back when the lefties were at the crease, and this is why. Even though he attempted to cut down on the angle by going around the wicket to try to spear the ball into the pads of Shivam Mishra, still enough leverage to be able to maneuver and get himself into the position to elevate that ball. And elevate that ball he did. Tremendous strike, well over the top. One of the biggest sixes that you'll ever see in this tournament.
Ended the 13th over, really spoiled it. It was such a good over. Just 4 runs had come from the previous 5 deliveries. But as expected, and I love that from Shiva Mishra, because could have easily been sort of a victim of the situation. And with the wicket of Sami Aslam falling, could have easily gone into a shell. He's not looking to stick around too long in terms of, especially against the left arm spin. As a left-hander, you back yourself. So it will be Anwar to bowl his final over. Already picked up 1. Almost another leading edge. You can see though, very slow through the air. Hamad Azam is a man with his power. He likes pace on the ball. So good planning by Matsud and his men to have the slower bowlers on to him, make him have to sort of forcefully go after and create his own power.
Of course, with the left-hander back on strike, field having to change around, but I would think that Maksud obviously would prefer that the bowling coming from this end be of the kind that will restrict some runs.
Almost looking to, again, likes to play that dab. Shiva Mishra likes to play that dab, very fine of that third man field. Much quicker this time. And again, behind square, run out chance. But he got there in the end. Hamad Azam, long strides of the tall man. And quite easily, this is good cricket from the Grizzlies.
Well, they're needing to be more aggressive. The overall run rate now up to 6.2. And you expect 6.15 to be accurate. And you expect that if they're able to push on from here and get something pushing the 140, 150 mark, that aggression can be in the form of big hits, but it can also be in the form of aggressive running. Exactly what you saw there. Taking a bit of a chance, because if it had been a direct hit, then that might have asked a few questions of umpire Samir Bandekar. But taking on that fielder in the ring on the offside, and they get that single initially.
In the air, spoon, but in the vacant area. Should be a couple of runs. Wants to, has to hurry. Mishra gets there quite comfortably in the end. And the Grizzlies will be watching this and knowing that, yes, they're fighting on, trying to get to a respectable total, but also that, well, we've seen 4 powerful options used for the Cricket Stars. They've got their own seamers, and Isan Adil, 6 wickets last weekend. I can't wait to see him. I'm sure he's raring and ready to go, and would have been probably the most excited man out of everyone turning up to the ground today to see that green grass on the surface.
Yep.
But definitely going down the leg side, a long stride out of that crease. But getting back to Adil, he has such strong wrist behind the ball, Brian, that I'm so excited to see how he actually fares with probably some sideways movement on his side.
He's good enough under normal circumstances. If there's any assistance from the pitch, he can be an absolute handful.
This very venue earlier this year in the Houston Challenge, small tournament put on by the MLC. The USA national team and others competed in that. He was magnificent. A good spell though, fantastic spell from Noman Anwar comes to an end. Just concedes 23 runs, less than 6 runs and over, and has picked up a wicket, 86 for 3. Just 23 runs conceded for Anwar. Several options used though for Masood. Still has these seamers to go back to.
Bowling change, right arm over.
2 apiece for Zia Khan and Issa, as well as Bryce. I just wonder when he will actually opt to go back to those seamers with 6 overs remaining.
Well, with 6 overs remaining, in theory, he could just bowl up the top 3 bowlers, and that would be the end of the innings. Zia Khan, I think the opening bowler, Bryce, looked very good, particularly not only with the quicker deliveries, but the pace-off deliveries. And so there are definitely several options here for Masood.
And it is going to be seen back into the attack for this cricket star. Just the 1 over, solitary over for the captain. Farhan Ali will come back in to the attack after pretty expensive first over in that power play. But he's much better, much more trusted in this latter phases. With protection. That's a good shot. Well cut away from Hamad Azam. First sign, any real aggressive intent, and he'll feel good about that after 8 singles to then get a boundary under his belt off the middle of the bat.
Oh, he would have loved that. That would have felt really good coming off of the bat and beating that fielder backward point to his left, which means that he timed it, maybe just waiting a fraction of a second longer to let the ball get through. So, yeah, I completely agree with you. Even though he's picked up the singles so far, that shot is one that he'll be most happy with. Score now moving on to 90. A little bit going on our screen here, but 90 runs they're looking to push on from here.
Yeah, good pace-off delivery this time. Same shot attempted.
Yep.
Straight to the fielder. So Hamad Azam already taking the attack to Farhan Ali. Is good thinking as well by the Grizzlies, knowing that Ali's first over was expensive. Clearly have picked him as someone that they can attack, being probably the slowest of the 4 options that we've seen on display so far. Has been a bit expensive. I'm surprised Masood has actually gone back to him as opposed to Price, who bowled really well from that end, or even the 2 openers in Issa or Zia Khan. Sure, we'll see them very soon as this innings comes to a close. Pace off, goes straight up, but it's long. Hamad Azam is a born 6-hitter, and he's picked up right where he's left off from 2021. Didn't get that well at all, and it still went for 6.
Well, he went pace off, but it was pace off and a half tracker at the same time. That's a bad combination, because even if you don't see it initially, it's slow enough that you have time as a hitter. Here, look in the replay, pace off into the pitch, just planting the back foot, and look how stylishly that front foot comes across a la Gordon Greenwich from about 40 years ago. And that's a tremendous strike, well over mid-wicket for 6. Ali, I think, has a little bit of work to do here. He was expensive to start out with, and then the first three delivers in this over so far have gone for 10 runs.
Ryan, did you say Gordon Greenwich? Man,
I did.
Don't excite me with Bajans. this far on this side of the world. It's only me and Kevin back in the production room. We're the only 2 Bajans around here. This one off the outside edge this time. Actually, I'll give him credit, Hamad Azam. He opened the face and just guided it past the keeper. This is turning out to be a big over, just the over that they needed as the 100 comes up. The Golden State Grizzlies to get back on track. All of a sudden, that run rate moves closer to 7 runs per over, and it's 14 from the over already.
Well, I completely agree with you. Let's give him full credit. Riding the bounce and opening the face just to get that ball fine of that fielder third man running away for 4. And back to your previous comment, Nikhil, I'm a West Indian through and through. So Gordon Greenwich might as well be Lawrence Rowe for me. And just tremendous batter, just all of the way. When I tell you, when I'm sitting at Kensington Oval in the 3W stand looking across to the Greenwich and Ains stand, my heart fills with pride, and it does not matter where I was born.
Typical Jamaican, always wanting to steal things from Barbados. This time, though, that's 6. That is 6. Gone the distance, gone all the way. And this is brute force off the bat of Hamad Azam. It's why he won the MVP title in 2021. But he's not a Bajan Jamaican, he's a power hitter.
Speaking of stealing, I think Hamad Azam is in the process of stealing the heart of Ali. That ball was a little too straight, going down the leg side, down on one knee and just hammering it. A big 6. Now 20 runs have been scored here in the 15th over with still 1 ball to come. That overall run rate now up above 7, Nikhil.
Goes again this time through extra cover, and there is though the man at long off, so getting us excited. It's going to be 22 from the over for the Grizzlies, and that's all it takes. 1 big over. It's a huge one. 108 for 3. Wow.
My son, he's so
Hold on,
soft.
we're calling it a free hit. That was a no ball and a free hit.
Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So actually we have one more delivery, and would you believe it, almost rubbing salt in the wounds in what's been such a long over for Farhan Ali. No ball signaled, and it will be a free hit upcoming for Hamad Azam. I think he's trying to tell the captain, the umpire, that he can't actually change the field because obviously they ran 2. Hamad Azam, same batter on strike. So field must remain the same. Free hit delivery coming up. And he goes big, but this time it's in the air. Won't carry over the boundary. Ryan Scott will take the catch, but it won't matter because it is a free hit. So he comes back for 2. For those at home now joining us, it's been carnage in that over. 25 runs coming from the over, the 15th. End of 15, 5 left in the innings. Now 110 it is for 3.
What's up, Doug?
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, back at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, tons of action happening around the grounds. So many matches happening at the same time as this. Of course, in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's just been fantastic how everything has come into play in such short time and short planning, Brian, but it's just been executed so well, this tournament. So compacted in these few weeks, but really the quality of cricket you get, truly fantastic. And I mean, if it wasn't for Sunoco, we wouldn't be able to get to the grounds in those fantastic vehicles as well.
Oh my goodness. This is a tremendous amount of...
What did you drive here in, Brian? A Mercedes? A Jaguar? What was it, man?
I drove here in my 2010 Lex, another vehicle with 200,000 miles on it, so nothing fancy.
Of course, it was the Toyota Tundra is what I was in. Toyota Tundra, the power of that vehicle, much like the power of Hamad Azam, on display. 32 from 15 deliveries come to the crease with true power. Mohamed Mohsin back into the attack. Now, this is a very interesting call from Zishan Masood. He's brought the leg spinner into play in the last 5 overs with Hamad Azam at the crease. Bold move, Brian.
It's a bold move. First of all, it's a bold move to be bowling a spinner in the 16th when you still have several overs, enough overs of seam. But as you see in the last over, that didn't necessarily make a big difference. But for me, the question is the MVP caliber Hamad Azam going to be able to read the variations? If he does, this could be a really big over.
Well, it is aggressive captaincy from Masood because for no chance, though, Hamad Azam was taking a long time. You see, just hunching over that shoulder, clearly giving him some difficulty. Put him out of action against the San Diego Surf Riders last weekend. Only played 1 match out of the 2 for the Grizzlies. The way he struck it, though, you wouldn't think that anything's wrong with him. But Mohamed Mohsin may be bowling, and the captain may be backing him off the back of his 4 for 21 in that win yesterday against the Athletics. This time, though, Shiva Mishra picks out the man and just over his head. May have misjudged it in the end. The fielder positioned that long on, and it goes all the way over the boundary for 6, and it will bring up the half century for Shiva Mishra. It's been a well put together, well constructed innings from him.
Excellent innings by Shiva Mishra. Here we look fortuitous because the fielder was in entirely too far. Had he stayed back on the line where he was, that catch would have gotten to him at waist height. But he will take that, absolutely accept the gift that was given to him, Shivam Mishra. He's now 51 from 35 and looking to do more damage.
This time he does do more damage. That's bigger, better, sweeter out the middle. And 6 more, same result. This is the risk always when you bowl a spin at these stages, especially a leg spinner. Mohamed Mohsin under pressure, under the pump. 6 and another 6.
The leg spinner bowling to the lefty, we said, is not a bad idea if he has a good googly. But from over the wicket looking at this, in fact, it was the googly, but it was too straight. Started it too straight, so even though it turned away toward the offside, still able to just elevate that ball and hit it, by my estimation, probably 80 meters into the vacant field over to the west of the ground.
Has been a real superb innings from Shivam Mishra. You look at sort of the time he's come into bat with his team in real problems. Walked in at number 4 after they lost the wicket of Zia Shazad. But it was all about the way he batted. 15 for 2 is when he came in inside the 4th over. First had to consolidate with that partnership with Sami Aslam. The two, well, they were able to mitigate their way out of some trouble for the Grizzlies. And all of a sudden, a couple big overs. That was a 52-run partnership between the two. Mishra did the bulk of the scoring. Now these two have been able to pile on the runs. This partnership already worth 59. Ahmad Azam, the other end, well, it's really causing some problems. Every time he hits the ball, though, you can see him just holding that shoulder. And I wonder what impact that will have on his bowling efforts as well. Ends an expensive over from Mohamed Mohsin. 127 for 3. Well, look, 4 overs remaining, and at one stage what looked like a horrific batting card, all of a sudden, momentum, you have to say, maybe it's just swinging in the favor of the Golden State Grizzlies. They're so good at this, building a platform to set themselves up for the last 5 overs. In the last 2 games, the first 2 of this tournament, 46 and 48 runs scored in those last 5. So they tend to score at 5 runs and over, and it's because of hitters like they have, like a Mishra, like a Ahmad Azam, who come in the middle. In the last game, it was Malik Junaid. They've got a lot of options, and they like to set themselves up well.
That's tremendous acceleration. Nikhil, the last 5 overs have yielded 62 runs. So they're scoring at well above the rate of 2 runs off of every ball, which is the type of acceleration you need at the back end of the innings. And now another roll of the dice, if you are Zishan Maksud, going back to Zia Khan. Zia Khan 2 from 8, or 2 overs rather, 8 runs conceded, and he's back in.
This time will be runs, 4 of them as well. It's a quick outfield, and even Noman Anwar, who's pretty quick himself, he can't stop it off the pad of Ahmad Azam. But it doesn't matter how they come at this stage. Runs are plenty for the Golden State Grizzlies.
We'll definitely take those runs. Attempted hoik away on the leg side and just clipping off that back pad from Ahmad Azam. It'll be interesting to see if he continues to struggle, but he's struggling in between deliveries. But everything, when adrenaline takes over when he has to play the shot. So you wonder if that might carry on when he bowls. I don't think that will be the case. I think his shoulder will bother him a lot more when he's bowling. But batting does not seem to be a problem.
Short again, and this time, but that's destructed into the onside. Pure destruction from Ahmad Azam and these Golden State Grizzlies. This is a well put together innings after struggling early on.
Tremendous power. Just from our angle, it was hit directly in line with where we are, so you couldn't exactly see how far it was going, but it bounced over the rope within a second and a half of leaving the bat. It was just struck very firmly and struck very hard into the other field. Again, over on the western side of the ground, a tremendous stroke, and the runs continue to flow from the bat of Hamad Azam.
I'm going to counter myself earlier. Earlier I was speaking about the importance of the power play cashing in the first 6 overs. But this is the second time in this tournament that the Grizzlies have shown that they can be anywhere. They were 20 for 3 after the first 6 in the last game. They got up to 179. Today again, 27 for 2, struggling. They were not being able to score. Only 2 boundaries struck in that entire 6 overs. And all of a sudden, that rate gone past 8 and over. Well headed for 180 yet again. This time again, but there is protection. He finds the man, picks out the fielder, just 1 in the onside. Makes up for a cracking run chase, Brian, the likes of Ryan Scott and Norman Anwar.
Oh my goodness, I'm salivating already, Nikhil.
if those two get off, whew, we're in for a show.
Oh my goodness. The overall run rate for the innings now up to 8.24. If they continue scoring at this specific rate, they'll get to 165. You get the sense they'll be looking for more than that.
Yeah, they've got 7 wickets in hand as well, so they'll bat themselves with Nataraj and others to come.
Oh yes.
5 outside the circle. Deep cover, long off, long on. Maksud wants to get it right. Very strong player with those wrists, so he has protection in the deep in the onside, deep backward square and a mid wicket, as well as the long on. 3 fielders in the deep. And after just conceding 8, Zia Khan has come back well after that initial big blow. Have to sort of take this 1 ball at a time if you're Maksud and his team, Brian, because even though these two are on the charge, you have to ensure that 1 wicket all of a sudden brings a new batter in. Not the easiest of traps, especially against the pace to start on. So a couple of dot deliveries here and there, you can pull things back, get this scoring rate on the decline. Full toss gets away with it, actually. Zia Khan very lucky with 2 fielders up in the circle.
Both fielders in the leg side or behind square on or inside the circle. Any amount of bats and that would have flown away for a boundary. Absolutely getting away with it. So just 1 more ball remaining here, I believe, in the 17th. I suspect that you will not see any more spin the rest of this innings.
Excellent delivery from Zia Khan. That's where he needs to be. Just touching that offside wide line and getting it the wide Yorker well. Ends with a dot, a good over from him. 138 for 3. It's been all about that man, Shiva Mishra, 59 from 39 deliveries, but more importantly, 2 big partnerships. First 52 runs between Mishra and Aslam, then now 71 in no time between the power hitting Hamad Azam and Shiva Mishra. And still 3 overs remaining, still lots of time for that carnage to continue. Probably as expected as possible, pretty expected after going for 16 runs. Mohamed Mohsin, the leg spinner, out of the attack.
Wow. Well, we're at an overall run rate of 8.12. I would have to think that these last 3 overs, the Golden State Grizzlies are going to be looking for something around the rate of 10 and over, at minimum, I would think, with the 2 who are already at the crease and with a little bit of batting to come. So 10 and over from here gets them to 168. I think that's right around the minimum score that they'd be looking to expect in these last 3 overs.
Yeah, surveying his options at the moment, Hamad Azam. When he hits it, though, it doesn't matter where fielders are positioned.
Exactly.
He's able to clear that boundary with ease. Again, there's more runs. Wants to initially work for Price to do at the boundary. Goes well actually in the end.
Great work.
Save it to just 2 runs. Have been pretty tidy and electric in the field. The Michigan Cricket Stars, we saw a great catch from the keeper. Das, we also saw a couple of good fielding efforts which saved boundaries. And there again, you can see though the quick running between the wickets. Hamad Azam, as soon as he hit it, knew he got it past point. Look at this.
Oh!
On 1 knee, places it over fine leg up in the circle. and is able to get a boundary. Hamad Azam, this is a true display of death batting. We hear about death bowling so often, but this is clinical batting at the death overs by Azam.
Well, the right-hander from over the wicket is angling it down toward leg. And all Hamad Azam did was just get down on one knee and just play a scoop shot. Not quite a dill scoop, did not get all the way in line with the ball, but just scooped it over the short fine leg fielder, runs away for 4. More carnage on the way. You get the sense that Hamad Azam, who's now striking it at a 200 rate, 46 from 23, is only now getting started.
Look at the strike rate as well. Right where he operates, 200. He struck it at Hamad Azam. 2 big maximums, 4 boundaries. Really, the big boundary hitting has been done by these 2.
Oh, yeah.
10 boundaries between them, 5 sixes. Really up the ante in the last couple of overs. This time straight up, and it's coming our way. Look out, take cover. If you're here watching at this Prairie View Cricket Complex, it's gone a long way. This has been an exhibition of 6 hitting, and he goes to 50 as well. His first half century for the reigning MVP, battling that shoulder injury. It's been a true battle of adversity, but he deserves immense credit for the way he's come in and just taken charge of the situation.
Well, we spoke earlier about the short deliveries and how this pitch would help the fast bowlers, but that was not necessarily short delivery like a bouncer. Only got up to about waist height and just plundered away over mid-wicket toward us here for 6.
150 comes up, this time over cover, work to be done. It's going to be another boundary this time. 1 bounce into the boundary, and Hamad Azam, well, what a knot this has been. Couldn't have asked for much more if you're the Golden State Grizzlies, and it's just literally been attack at all costs. That was not even a terrible delivery. He went length. It was a brave call by Issa.
Yes.
But after being struck in the onside the ball before, sort of premeditated that correction, knew it would be wide outside the off stump, just got the length wrong. And Zishan Masood has got to do some thinking now in terms of his field setting, in terms of how he can prize the wicket of Hamad Azam.
Boy, 16 runs from the over already with 2 more to come. The last without those last 2 balls, the last 5 overs have yielded 73. Tremendous ball striking.
This time, that's the shot of the day. Goes over extra cover this time. Put that on the cover of Dafa News. Out of the top drawer. Oh, maybe the shot of the tournament.
I tell you what, those low full tosses are not easy to hit. It absolutely got to him. Maybe shin height is what would be my estimate. And looking at the replay here, he advancing down the track, inside out, because that ball would have missed leg stump had he missed it. And he goes inside out over the top of extra cover for, I don't know necessarily that I'd call it the shot of the day, but it was a brilliant piece of innovation. And 20 runs already from the 18th with still 1 ball to go.
This is why that man on screen won the most valuable player of the tournament. Not only did he pick up wickets here and there, but it was this 6 hitting ability where he was able to put forward, and he's a big, massive contributor for this team. 411 runs at a 184 strike rate in 2021. He's continuing in that vein, probably bettering it at the moment. Pace off, much better option, and I was actually surprised as to why Issa hadn't gone to that seam off. A lack of pace delivery earlier, but what an over it is. 23 runs come from it, and all of a sudden the Golden State Grizzlies, who mind you were 27 for 2 after the first 6, are 159 for 3, searching of course for that 180 total. Oh. All about those 2 highlighted blocks. Mishra, who's taken a back seat in the last couple of overs and made way for the power of Hamad Azam. 61 from 27. The partnership worth 92 between the 2. Boy, have they changed this game. 360-degree change. And it's Hamad Azam. You think about the Toyota Tundra, Brian, you have to think about one man in this innings. It has to be Azam. The power of that man.
Wow. Boy, massive biceps. very athletically built. That should not surprise anyone, but you still have to have the hand-eye coordination. You still have to be able to have the innovation to be able to make all of those moves necessary to be able to get the ball over the boundary ropes. It's not just about power. Power definitely helps, but you have to have the skill. It is a combination of power and skill that makes him the six-hitting machine that he is.
Just getting some adjustments to that back grip. Want to make sure everything is perfect on that bat, because the way he's hit it, and I actually mentioned it at the start of his innings when he first came in and spin was on, he's a man that likes pace on the ball. He likes to just use the pace. When you put power and pace in a relationship, well, that only means one thing: huge sixes. And Shiva Mishra, who deserves immense credit for the way he started and helped them get out of that situation, he's almost been forgotten. The highlight has gone to Hamad Azam because of the hitting and brute force of this man. And he's still got 2 whole overs, 12 deliveries remain, and still could easily get up to that 180 total that they've already reached twice in this tournament.
Oh, Zia Khan bowling the penultimate over of the innings. If he keeps the damage to about 6 or 7 or 8 runs, he'll be happy. Of course, these two will be looking for much more than that.
Just going to be one from Hamad Azam. Wants to strike again. That's the hurry, bit of indecision. Luckily for him, fielder doesn't pick up cleanly. Want to mention though, been very impressed this season with the Golden State Grizzlies. 4 half-centuries by their batters, by 4 different batters. And I say it's an improvement because this season, they've taken some of the weight off the shoulders of the captain, Sami Aslam. He's fired once already with a 50 himself. But last year with those 500 runs, it just seemed like they had an over-reliance on the skipper. This year with the likes of Karan Chandel in the last game, who got 70. Today, we've already seen Mishra and Azam both reach the half-century mark. They look like a much more well-put-together team. This, oh wow, that's over the top. And it should get into the boundary. That's a quick outfield. These straight boundaries. Accelerating, striking from this partnership in the middle.
More innovation. Down on one knee. This time it's Mishra who goes for the scoop option with fine leg inside the circle. Once it beat fine leg, again, the outfield is much quicker than I thought it would be at the beginning of this game, going all the way for 4.
How the model of this modern T20 game has changed. How often do we see batters going to this option, especially in the death overs, knowing that you have those 2 fielders up inside the circle? Fine leg was up, Mishra knew it straight away, and now the fine leg is sent back. So he's toying with Zishan Maksud and this Michigan Cricket Stars.
Amazing.
Down the track this time, cover up in the circle is 4 more. Wow. This is a masterclass from the Mishra and the Golden State Grizzlies. Enough said.
Just an elevated cover drive, and what potentially caused that is because of the fact that the innovation the ball before yielded sort of a scramble in the field, where Zishan Maksud is looking to try to marshal his resources to put them in the right decision or in the right positions. But all of that left the extra cover boundary wide open, and just a lofted drive over that fielder in the cover is always going to run away for 4. Score is now 168.
I mentioned the power of this team, especially when they have a platform set in the last 5 overs. This time off the outside edge it is, and it's going to be a boundary just out of reach. And Das, who's been impeccable behind the stumps, taking a brilliant catch, can't hold on. That's the pace of this wicket. So hard to stop. And Mishra moves into the 70s. Another big over for the Grizzlies so far.
Another big over. Look, I want to see the replay to make sure. I think that he actually had less work to do with this catch than he did the one that he took earlier in the innings. So thick outside edge, reacted very late, it looks like. In fact, it didn't even have to dive, but just sort of stuck the left hand out, not able to cover it.
Goes Yorker and misfield, and it's going to be 4 more. Would you believe it? Shiva Mishra, whatever he's touched has just gone his way. It's turned to gold, and it's now 4 boundaries in the over. Things just falling apart for this Michigan Cricket Stars team that were so strong in the first half of this game.
The last 4 deliveries have resulted in 4 fours. The last 5 overs, including this one next ball to come, have yielded 90 runs. Tremendous acceleration here at the back end of the innings by the Golden State Grizzlies.
And I'll say this, Sami Aslam, people will look at this scorecard and wonder, why was it that, 23 and 29 at the top of the order in the power play? You just wonder, does that cost you? He knew exactly what he was doing, because the way this team has gone about things in the last 2 seasons, they've set themselves up. Once they have a platform in the last 5, 7 wickets in hand, they have confidence in their middle order and lower order to get them to that 180 total on display again. This time, big, huge, and 6. Shiva Mishra, he's gone 4 boundaries and now a maximum for the icing on the cake. They have no answers, the Michigan Cricket Stars, for this carnage. It will end the over, a huge one for the Grizzlies. 1-8-2 for 3 comes up, went length, and not a great option. Zia Khan, who's attacked that off stump, too easy for Mishra. Good effort by the fielder, but not enough. 180 mark, yet again, the 3rd time in this tournament that they've been in this range, and still 1 over remains.
Oh my goodness, look at this hitting display. So to go back to the point I just made, after that last delivery of the 19th over, 96 runs in 5 overs, Nikhil. They've almost scored 100 runs in 5 overs. That is incredible hitting.
You mentioned those last 5 overs, Brian. 25, 16, 11, 21, and 23. 3 out of the 5 overs have gone for more than 20 runs. And that is because of 1 man, well, 2 men really. I should give them both credit, because this partnership, which now has exceeded well past 100, have taken the game on by storm. 115, and it's going to continue. There's a man at the boundary. This is another brave move by Zishan Masood. He's backing his bowlers and backing his leg spinner.
Wow.
Maybe thinking, though, Brian, that with the ball spinning away from Hamad Azam, could have that bit of extra difficulty. Have seen spinners bowl the last over a couple of times in this tournament, but it is a risk, given the last over bowled by Mohamed Mohsin traveled the distance, went for 16 runs.
It is a tremendous risk, a tremendous roll of the dice. If I'm the captain, and look, we're in a mostly air conditioning booth here, so we're not out in the middle. If I'm the captain, I don't know that I'd have made this call, but let's see how it turns out for him.
I just wonder, though, he went to spin Norman Anwar, who bowled an excellent spell to the 2 left-handers. He went to spin for the first time in the 8th over. May have wanted to see the seam come back into the attack. You look at someone like a Price, who's just who's just bowled 2 overs for 6 runs. Possibly wasted his 2 overs, especially with the way Hamad Azam basically attacked both seam and spin. But I just wonder if maybe he could have had a bit of variation. Bryce showed that he had the ability to go pace off as well, which could have also made a difference. But that's all hindsight. Hindsight always 20/20, of course.
Yep. Now, having said all of that, this is actually a great over underway so far. You'll take 3 singles in the first 3 of the 20th over, especially after all the carnage. But it is now up to Mohsin to close this over strong. He cannot afford anything loose. He needs to keep these 2 under pressure.
3 sixes from these 3 deliveries gets him to 100. Does he have that in him? No, he doesn't, because it'll just be another single. As you said, this is good death bowling, good execution by Mohamed Mohsin, who, remember, yesterday picked up 4 wickets in the very first game for this Michigan Cricket Stars. And clearly Zishan Masood is why he's one of the best in the game, best in associate cricket. That's why he's gone to his experienced leg spinner, the man from Pakistan.
Look at this. After all that carnage, the spinner has bowled 4 singles, or 4 balls for 4 singles.
And again, excellent bowling. The key thing here is the pace. Very flat from Mohsin. Run out chance, but they're quick enough to get back for 2. You won't mind that too much if you're the All-Stars, but the Cricket Stars, correction. Also, something so critical, Brian, is momentum to go into that halfway stage. And if they can get out of this over without conceding a boundary, they'll feel very good about their chances, given the fact that they put 214 on the board yesterday. Final ball is picked up, And it's going to have enough. No, it won't. Yes, it does. Ryan Scott, one of the best fielders in this Michigan team, gets a hand to it, should have taken it, but it just goes through his hands and goes all the way for 6. And what was a masterclass of power hitting between this partnership comes to an end, probably in the most fitting way possible.
Here you see on the replay, Ryan Scott in the right position, but just not able to corral it, and it flies away over his head for 6. So good last over being bowled by Maxud, spoiled at the end by that 6, takes the total to 194 in the kill.
And it's a 127-run partnership between that pair on screen, Hamad Azam and Shivam Mishra. What a display of hitting, what a display of batting overall by the Grizzlies, who deserve credit. Remember, at one stage, they were 31 for 2 after 7 overs. When they lost the 3rd wicket, they were only 71 in 12. But the way they've come back into the game, basically because of those maximums that they hit. And in the last 10 overs, Brian, remember, 55 after the first 10, 139 runs scored in the back 10 overs. And it's why they've got up to this competitive total, their biggest of the tournament, 194 for 3. Let's have a look at the batting cards in terms of what they did so well. It was about 1 partnership and 1 alone. 127 runs between Azam and Mishra. And you look at the strike rates as well. 46 deliveries from Mishra, who in the end top scored, rightfully so, but 72 from 32. It's the bread and butter of Hamad Azam, and it's why he's been so effective. The bowling, Brian?
Tremendous batting, and then the bowling that started out so well sort of fell away at the end. Of note, you will see the 3 wickets, Zia Khan, Mohamed Issa, and Nauman Anwar. But towards the back end, look at all those double-figure economy rates. Most expensive of whom was Farhan Ali, 33 run score from his 2. Mohamed Mohsin, a good last over, but spoiled at the end. And Zishan Maksud, the captain himself, his 1 over win for 10. So definitely hurt them in the last 12 or so overs, and here we are.
Well, the target will be 195 if the Cricket Stars are to be undefeated in this tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 7 minutes' time for the run chase.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Same here.
Thank you, Norman.
Yes, sir.
How was that? Yeah, Pete, how was that? Just the laugh. If he could control the laugh of him, he would be good. But he likes to laugh on this stream. But other than that, he's gonna. Welcome back to the picturesque Prairie View Cricket Complex here in Houston, Texas. What a fantastic first innings and real carnage and batting prowess we saw. The Golden State Grizzlies able to post 194 for just a loss of 3 wickets after a real struggle in the initial 10 overs. And boy, did they do well to get themselves to that total, which will be a competitive total against a real powerful batting lineup. Here's some of the highlights of what took place. Shiva Mishra, well, in the power play, had to really do well to ensure that he got his team out of a tight position. But then, once he grew in stride and grew in comfort, he was able to open up and really score boundaries. Sami Aslam used that reverse sweep a couple of times, picked out the man, and that was a big blow to get them back into the game. But Mishra, that didn't stop him. He just continued along his merry way in terms of his ball striking and continued to keep the scoring. That one even obstructed one of the other games happening at the complex. Hamad Azam, though, what a display of hitting, of power, of brute force from the MVP of 2021. When he came to the crease, it didn't matter where the Michigan Cricket Star bowlers went to him because it just went away. It actually showed all the aspects to his game with some slight touches here and there, some delicate strokes. But Mishra, he was not interested in that. He was dealing with power. Should have been taken at boundary. Big let off for the Grizzlies. And that one went far, a long way back, at least 90 meters into the onside. And nothing changed for the Golden State Grizzlies as they just worked their way in the last 5 overs. Over 90 runs scored. And boy, did they come into their own. 139 in the last 10. It was all because of this pairing, which put on 127 alone between them. Maybe the shot of the day from Hamad Azam over extra cover. And then some real crafty stuff from the likes of Mishra behind square, using the field well. And even when the seam, which did well up front, came back into the attack, it didn't matter. The hitting continued. Went into the last over, and in the end, 194 for 3. Much because of real power from Mishra and Hamad Azam.
We're just looking at this card, dominated completely by that final partnership. Shiva Mishra, 83 from 46, almost a double or 200 strike rate. Hamad Azam, more than 200 strike rate for his runs, and just a tremendous effort by those two. And just looking at the bowling card again, those double-figure economy rates will tell you the story of the second half of this innings. So a long way to go here, but 195 the target. We'll be able to get as much as possible. We'll expect a very exciting end to this match.
Yeah, we should have a really good run chase, given the fact that yesterday we saw the Michigan Cricket Stars against the Lone Star Athletics. That was the first game of the tournament for this 2022 Toyota Minor League presented by Sunoco. The first run out for them. 214 they were able to just get to, and made it look so easy as well. So with that said, even though, yes, it's 195, you have to go pretty much from ball one. I think they'll still back themselves, Brian, to chase this down, especially if the opening pairing of Ryan Scott, who has had success at this very venue. Me and you would have done a game last season in the 2021 minor league, and he would have got 100 for this Michigan Cricket Stars team against the Houston Hurricanes. And his partner, he was the first one to get the 100 in the last year tournament. His partner was the first to get it this year. Yesterday, Norman Anwar, 119 from 63 deliveries, including 11 maximums.
I just go back to last year when Ryan Scott hit that 100. More than the score itself, and 100 is 100 in any form of cricket, but just more than the score was the sound that the ball made coming off of his bat. He hits the ball tremendously hard. Not a very big guy. He's a lefty with the dreadlocks, but he's not Chris Gale size. And even though they're both from Jamaica, he's a lot more diminutive than Gale, but he hits the ball just as hard, hammers it, places it well, shots all around the ground. I'm really looking forward to see how he handles this chase.
No Jamaican bias in that analysis from Brian.
What I mean, Jamaican or not, tall, lefty, dreadlocks, there's only one other person in the world who could fit that bill.
Brian Walters in the commentary box for the first time in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. It's been a real great to hear you, Brian, and great to have you as well. Part of our broadcast premium coverage, which goes to a different place in the United States every weekend, of course. And Brian, the studious man, on his, always has his research ready. Closes it midway, Brian. You don't want the world to see your research.
No, I want them to think I'm coming up with these stats off the top of my head.
As soon as he was on camera, you almost guiltily just closed down the top of his laptop. But it's back to the middle, back to the action. Norman Anwar. And he'll be facing the dangerous, the lethal, the leading wicket taker of this 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship, Ishan Adil. 6 for 26 last weekend, and on this surface, he'll be eager to get in on the act and seeing wickets tumble, seeing how the seamers would have bowled in that first innings. Former international player, 4 test matches for Pakistan. First delivery as well, you see, off the outside edge, slip in place for that reason. These two, though, former international players, bowler v batter, good matchup on hand.
Tremendous matchup, and we mentioned it a few times in the first innings, the fielding, particularly inside the ring, the difference that it will make. So a great effort by that slip fielder just now, even though it didn't stop it cleanly, just got down, got his body in the way, prevents that single. And more than the single itself is the fact that you're showing to your teammates that you're selling out to be able to stop this other team from scoring, which makes a big difference.
Yeah, I had the privilege of watching Ihsan Adil last weekend. His first game was a bit, in terms of his standards, probably a bit erratic. He likes to be in rhythm. And on the next day, the Sunday, when he played against the Surf Riders and took that 6-wicket haul, looked a completely different bowler in this country. I think he's just still acclimatizing to conditions. Boy, was he fantastic. And the main reason why he was so successful was that attacking incline on the off stump. So consistently, he was able to find the off stump, hit the top of off a couple of deliveries in that 6-wicket haul, but also a couple of those edges went to slip as well. That's why he has that slip operating inside this power play. Such crucial 4 overs for Sami Aslam. But he's bowling to a man who obviously has got that 100, Brian, but made his international debut, just the one T20 international for Norman Anwar. Made it in 2015 against Zimbabwe, that his international debut, but he's played 35 T20s at the professional level and strikes at a healthy 127. But the way he struck it yesterday, past 200, just think, Brian, the amount of skill and talent we have, international players on display in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. It's been a huge elevation in quality and caliber of players this season.
100% agree with you. You mentioned the fact that Issa Nadil has the ability to land the ball in that off-stump channel. Not surprising as a former test player, but just tremendous talent all around the ground.
Yeah, and with that strong wrist behind the ball, we talk about so many, like a Stuart Broad, a Glenn McGrath, gets that movement away from the right-hander, especially on this surface with this green grass. You will get that sideways movement. But you think about the height that he has, that tall release point. You think of a Curtly Ambrose and so many others. That towering figure of Issa Nadil is the reason he's so successful, because the ball comes from so high. What do I know about fast bowling?
First of all, you're built exactly like a fast bowler. That's the first thing.
Don't worry, Brian. I've tried many times. Doesn't work out. I'm better in the box, I'm telling you. Oh, just teasing that outside edge of Noman Anwar. This is an excellent start. We speak about momentum. They closed that innings with a 6 and have already started with 5 dots on the money straight away, the Grizzlies.
You're absolutely right. Now, look at the replay, that off-stump line, and then the thing about that last delivery, we mentioned the grass on the pitch earlier. Notice how it danced off of the pitch away from the righty. So that is a tremendous amount of skill being shown by Adil, but also a measure of the grass on the pitch, which the fast bowlers will love.
On the money, maiden over to start for the Golden State Grizzlies. This has been an excellent display of good cricket, good all-round cricket. End of 1, none for none. A pretty lengthy batting lineup. You look at the captain Zishan Masood, he'll have an important part to play. They have the power of Mohamed Mohsin and others to come. Khaladar Das, he has shown glimpses of being a genuine ball striker in the top order for this Michigan Stars team.
Well, just think that the Associate Player of the Year at the named by the ICC is coming in at number 5 or number 6 in this lineup. That gives you an idea of the batting strength of this unit. So this pair on top, and you know, you expect them to be aggressive, but these two are not bothered by the fact that there has just been a maiden bowl. The overall run rate that's required from here is 10.26. You can make up 10.26 in a heartbeat if you are this side.
Especially with these two openers in the middle. Sher Khan, less on pace, more relying on that swing. Saw him yet last weekend, 2 wickets for him against the Surf Riders. Good complement to the extreme pace of an Adil. Very simple in his planning, but effective. Has a slip in place as well. A third man outside the circle. And this deep mid-wicket. They love this deep mid-wicket fielder. I'm going to have to talk to some of my cricket friends and find out the planning and why these seamers like to start. Obviously, you want that added protection, but I just feel you have 194 runs on the board. You can afford to be a bit more aggressive and attacking if you're Sami Aslam, the captain.
Bowling.
White. Also the all-stump, gonna have to start rebowl that on Sher Khan.
So the first run scored via the extras route back to the deep mid-wicket, or in this case it's more deep square leg. I wonder if you're going to want to test your bowler, test Ryan Scott first up. When he gets going, he's very, very difficult to dislodge. I would suspect that if they're going to test him with a short ball, it's going to be first up, probably in this over, but certainly within the first handful.
This time outside the off stump, that's gorgeous, and it goes all the way for 6 as well. Ryan Scott mentioned his success at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. He's not a man that you want to see hitting big 6s like that early on. What a way to get underway as well, off the mark.
Well, off the mark with a 6, realized that that ball was sliced away over backward point for 6. So that's a measure of 2 things. Number 1, the amount of energy behind the ball, and then number 2, the amount of pace off the pitch. Slicing that ball away, not a tremendously hard shot. I suspect that he attempted to hit it in that direction, but that's not necessarily his best strong hitting zone. So the fact that he can take a ball that is not one of the ones that he'd prefer to hit for 6 and still deposit it over deep backward point, that's a measure of his talent and potentially a preview of what the rest of this innings is going to look like.
Coming down to you.
Ryan Scott, this just has all the makings. You think about the 214 the Stars got to yesterday, the fact that they've got to chase 195. If they get anywhere close, we're in for a cracker on this Super Saturday. Goes full again, and this time, oh, almost held on. It was Zia Shazad at mid-off, who's usually probably one of the best pair of hands in this Grizzlies team, but even he couldn't stop just enough on it by Ryan Scott.
Wow, cricket can sometimes be a game of inches. If this had been maybe 6 inches straighter on that shot, here you see the replay, opening up the shoulders, Ryan Scott, and driving it just there. Had he just been 6 more inches toward it, or had the ball been 6 more inches toward him, it very easily could have been a spectacular catch. As it is, Ryan Scott continues on his merry way. 2 scoring strokes, 10 runs.
And all of a sudden, after just 2 strokes, the slip comes out of place and goes into an extra coverage in the offside. Again, though, Sher Khan, he's bowling outside the off stump. Needs to have... Thinking, have this field up. Well, hold that pose. Hold it right there, Ryan Scott. He poses for all the photographers around. Cover of Dafa News. It keeps saying it. That one deserved it.
And it is a no ball to boot, I think. Yep, a no ball and a free hit. So all things going wrong here for Sher Khan. First of all, giving up a 6 and 2 4s. And the second of those 2 4s was as a result of a no ball. So more carnage to come from the bat of Ryan Scott.
I just think, you look at this field, Sher Khan, he's bowled all 3 of his deliveries outside of the off stump. He has this man still at deep mid wicket. He can send back the cover fielder who's just retrieved that ball, which then gives you the extra protection if he wants to bowl that line. Just my personal perspective. Goes again this time, free hits. That's 6. And almost takes out Paran in the process. All the way for a maximum. Ryan Scott, well, he would have sat back and watched a lot of the Grizzlies' batting effort. He's saying, Hamad Azam, whatever you could do, I can do better.
18 runs from the first 3 deliveries officially of this over. Now, the very first delivery of this over was from over the wicket to the left-hander, which again is a line that I would prefer, but he got it too wide and he immediately switched. It was slapped away for 6, but he immediately switched to around the wicket. All of the damage since then has been around the wicket. And Ryan Scott has the license, obviously, but I think it's being helped by some slight indifferent bowling on this occasion by Sher Khan.
Need a breather after all of that carnage. 20 from the first, 22 it is from the first 3 deliveries. Carnage off the bat of Ryan Scott, a man that's been here, been in this moment before. 100 last season, 200s actually, 1 here at Prairie View on this same deck in front of the same pair of commentators. We're clearly his good luck charm, Brian. 446 runs in that 2021 season in 13 innings. Butters maybe just having a strategic timeout in the middle, first over, second over correction. But it was not only about the 446 runs, the average of 34, it was the 181 strike rate from Ryan Scott. You mentioned one of the players that utilized the power play so well. Goes again into the onside. Of course, this tournament presented by Sunoco. Where would we be without them? So great to have a corporate partner on board. Both them and Toyota carrying the game globally, driving the game globally, pun intended.
Well played, sir.
Getting better at these puns, you know. Again, forceful, but cover fielder. The extra fielder taken out of
stop.
slip. Stops that one. Sami Aslam, the captain, he's reliable at extra cover. That's how you get back in this game. Just takes those small efforts here and there that could be boundaries. Sure Khan, though, you expected a man to be much slower. He has to be on the money. And after a maiden over, boy, did they make up for it. Already 22 from this over. Run rate gone well past 10 and over so far. Full again. That's off one leg. Stylish, but there is a mid-wicket. It won't carry. A big let-off, a big sigh of release for Ryan Scott. What a second over we've had. And what a game this has been. A game of cricket. It's gone all sort of ways. And it's in far from over. 23 for none after 2. But if you're now joining us and you've missed what has been a real entertaining game of cricket so far, 194 for 3 in 20 overs by the Golden State Grizzlies. Now on the charge, looking for those 195, looking, of course, to stay undefeated in this tournament. Ryan Scott and his Michigan Cricket Stars. Isan Adil will continue in the attack. First over was a maiden. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Sami Aslam uses his 4 overs.
Completely agree with you. One of the 2 or one of the remaining 3 you would think would have to be at Ryan Scott. You want your best bowler to bowl to the most threatening batter. And that's what they're doing here.
I think the plan could have been from Sami Aslam. Obviously, we're just suspecting and speculating. Had they taken a wicket early in that second over, I think you may have seen Adil's saved bat, especially the way that they have started. You could just think this game could be going the distance, definitely down the leg side, but that bringing one back into the left-hander.
That movement was in the air slightly, but again with that grassy pitch off of the seam. So you have to have the skill as a bowler to be able to get the ball to move in that way. But if you have any assistance, the combination of a good pitch offering assistance and the skill of a bowler is a great one to behold.
Just flicked, and it'll be the first runs for Noman Anwar. But no, it's not actually. It's going to be leg by signal by the umpire, so yet to get off the mark. Real contrast to his partner, who's 21 from 8 deliveries.
You mentioned the strike rate of Ryan Scott. Having a strike rate of 180-something, 180-odd, is not uncommon if you're dealing with the number 5, 6, 7, 8 batter. But for your opening batter to have a strike rate of almost 2 runs from every ball faced is a tremendous testament to the energy that he generates at the top of the order.
Again, yet to concede a run. Isan Adil, what a bowling performance this has been. And Brian, one of the main questions I have about this Grizzlies bowling lineup, you have the pace of Adil, but that second option in terms of Seema, he needs the support. That's the Michigan lineup. Many of those to come and will feature with the bat in hand. But Isan Adil, I'll get back to after this delivery. He needs some help in terms of the seam and seam options in this lineup. Oh, what a delivery. That's a scream of a delivery on a good length, seaming away, and Ryan Scott acknowledges it. Excellent ball.
So to the point that you just made, here looking at the replay, pitching on middle and dancing away again. There's that delivery. Oh, you cannot do much with that.
But Brian, just to make the point, Rushir Joshi, out of the 11, played the first game for this Golden State Grizzlies team, but he has that bit of extra pace. I wonder in games like this, where you have Khan, you have Deshpande, but they're not the quickest. I wonder how important he will be as this tournament goes on. Made the change from the East Bay Blazers to the Grizzlies this season, only given the one game so far. This time, though, Ryan Scott has seen enough. Time to score, he says. Time to cash in. And it just goes one bounce into the boundary. First runs off the bat against Ihsan Adil. But Ryan Scott, this is esque of that 100 he scored on this very venue just about a year and a half ago.
I think part of the calculus, if you are the Michigan Cricket Stars, part of the calculus is there is not that backup bowler, that backup seamer. So you can afford to be conservative with Ihsan Adil and take your runs from the other bowlers on offer. So it doesn't mean that you completely go into a shell. It does mean that you don't have to go hell for leather against this guy. You can get the runs from somebody else.
This time more of a point, and could be more runs. Just a couple, no, one run actually. Ryan Scott setting for the single. But also remember that this is a weakened bowling attack. We'll get back to that in the next over, but a really good one from Adil. Just concedes 5, 30 for none. But it's been all about one man so far, and that's cricket. That's the beautiful game. Noman Anwar, yesterday, 119 from 63 deliveries. Today, yet to get off the mark. But the main thing is the man at the other end, Ryan Scott. He's been such a dangerous player for so many years. Boy, has he done well.
Well, he had his chance, or his rewarded for his excellence for the last couple of seasons by being promoted and called it up to represent the US in the series against Ireland this past winter. So that gives you a sense of how his stock has risen in the last several months to a couple of years, and he's doing it absolutely no disservice here with the way that he started out on this match, or in this match.
But what I will say is that it is a weakened bowling attack for this Grizzlies. That's the point I was making in the previous over. Because when you look at the options that they have, obviously they're down a big part of their bowling attack in Vatsa Vaghela. Took 29 wickets last season. We saw him in one match last weekend before he's departed with the USA international team to Namibia and Zimbabwe for the T20 World Cup qualifiers. So they're without him, their leading wicket taker from last season, the left arm spin, but also Hamad Azam, who, yes, we saw tower it to all parts with the bat in hand, but he did hold that shoulder. I don't think he will be able to feature with the ball in hand as yet. So that could be another aspect of things. There's going to be another change in bowling. Sure, Khan, no, it won't. He'll continue. So Khan will continue with his second over. Bold move, given the fact that his first went for 23 runs, Brian.
It's also interesting that that ball was hit far enough that easily they could have come back for 2. I wonder if Ryan Scott was anticipating, as we look at the bowling here, Ryan Scott might have been anticipating that they would give a second over to Shahryar Khan, and he wanted to be the recipient of that over.
But if you ever look for contrast in anything,
yes.
23 for Khan and just 5 runs and a maiden for Adil. Looks like they're playing 2 different games, but a good start from Sher Khan. I think he can't afford, especially inside this power play, to be that full. Yes, he's looking to swing the ball, but given how strong Scott is outside the off stump, just one fielder. And you see now, Brian, they do have the cover fielder on the boundary. I know a small bit about cricket, you know. They have the cover fielder on the boundary now for Khan. I wanted to see that move ever since, but they haven't taken out this mid-wicket fielder. They've sacrificed the third man for it. Oh, full toss, that's over the waist. And it could be going all the way for 6 as well. It does. Wow. 7 runs coming from one ball, and it's going to be a free hit. Ryan Scott, he's taken this on, and he's not backed down one bit.
Worrying signs, though, because it's a 6, a no ball, and a free hit. Here we see the full toss, almost chest height. Definitely a no ball. But the worrying signs I'm referring to is that Ryan Scott is still down. He appears to be having some trouble with his left leg. Not sure if it was the hamstring or the calf, but he certainly stayed down for a long time after he played that shot. So something to keep an eye on. If we get a replay on that, we can see it a little bit later on, but that's certainly something to keep an eye on.
Free hit. Doesn't get it though, doesn't get it out the screws. One of the rare misses. He's actually limping now.
Yep.
So he is struggling a bit, Ryan Scott. It could be some cramp though. Remember, in these extremely hot conditions, Ryan Scott would have had a lot of work to do in the field when his team were on the receiving end of the carnage from Hamad Azam and others. So that's going to be another interesting aspect. You think the way he started, he'll be so important if he come back to the power play, get them to 60 or 70 runs. They're well on their way. Anwar's played the right role at the other end. Oh, good short ball. That's very surprising though. Sher Khan doesn't seem like he has that much pace, but it tells you about the life in this surface.
It's about the life in the surface. I also think that it has something to do with Ryan Scott's injury. That's the type of ball that he would easily have dispatched had he been fully fit. Okay.
This is the ball where he may have hurt himself. It was a full toss, a no ball. He just may have just hyperextended that calf. After that, he really struggled. Ryan Scott just stayed down for a while. Still batting, still battling as well, fighting on for his team.
I am more inclined to go with what you said, Nikhil, that might have been cramps. Very hot and humid. That is the formula in Houston from May to October. Hot, sticky, humid. And if you're not hydrating and living in Michigan, as you see one of the big hits from the adjoining fields coming onto this field, if you're not able to keep up with the hydration protocols, it can easily be something that's a factor at this time of the year. And so if you saw just a couple of deliveries after he was initially injured, that he actually was stretching and reaching over and bending his toes forward up toward his knees, which generally is what athletes do when they're attempting to overcome a cramp. So I would not be surprised if that's what's bothering him. You know, just looking from the replay, it didn't look like he was, you know, injured. It's not like he was hit in a particular spot.
Well, he's actually getting some treatment to that left arm, maybe a side injury. So battling with a lot, Ryan Scott, and that's why you have this big hold up at the moment. But also, I think this could be working in the favor of the Grizzlies. The way this man was striking the ball, momentum on their side, the Michigan Cricket Stars. All of a sudden, a small break in play, maybe a wicket here or there now. The game could come back to the Grizzlies. Here was that shot again. You can see they're just slightly awkward the way he hit it. And as soon as he hit it, he walks to the left and just holds over, stretches that calf, and clearly battling with the left hand as well.
So just looking at it, it was not an impact injury. It was not a pull of any kind. He just sort of sauntered over to the side and then walked down and started stretching.
And Brian, sorry to cut you, with all of that, it tells you the importance of having this premium coverage and premium broadcast by our team back in Utah and all on ground as well.
Yes.
We wouldn't get to see those things had we not had these fantastic angles and fantastic production team as well. Let me give them their due credit.
Manna from heaven, as we say. This is just absolutely spectacular technology. The 8 cameras around, just the ability to switch back and forth. It's almost like replays on demand for you and me. We ask for something and then a few seconds later we get it. Just a great addition to the coverage that we have here at Prairie View.
Back underway, back ready for the resumption. And goes again, Ryan Scott, but would you believe it? It's straight to the man. And that is what I was talking about. The break of momentum works in the favor of the Grizzlies. First delivery after the break goes straight to Isan Adil, who makes no mistake. And all of a sudden, Ryan Scott, he's dejected. He can't believe it. He's got to go. Big setback for the Stars.
Boy, if you've never batted, and again, we're assuming that it was cramps. If you've never batted with cramps before, it can be extremely debilitating. And Ryan Scott, before that no ball 6, and Ryan Scott after the no ball 6, looked like 2 entirely different players. So not surprising that he's going out in all likelihood because of how deep this team, the Michigan Cricket Stars, bat. It may not be the worst thing in the world for him to get out because of how hampered he was.
Well, Scott gone for 30, did his part, but would have liked to kick on. Ideally, Cricket Stars lose their first, 35 for 1.
Running 5 minutes. Running over 5 minutes.
My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Back at Prairie View in at number 3. The wicketkeeper Das comes to the middle. Haladar Das already saw a stroke of brilliance in the first innings with his diving catch down the leg side. Can he follow it up with a good batting display as well? Left-hander, so adds another element of challenge. But I want to say as well, Brian, I credit Shreyar Khan for the way he's come back after conceding 23 runs in his first over to then now only 5 on a wicket. And he went full again to Ryan Scott, who had dispatched him all around the ground. But it was the line that was much better. He was much straighter. Look what it meant to Ihsan Adil and the Grizzlies. They knew they had their man. Cricket is such a funny game. That small break in play, getting treatment to the injury, and all of a sudden the game, you could say, pendulum swinging back and forth, now maybe on the side of the Grizzlies.
It's definitely swung in their direction. We'll see what happens on this last delivery.
Goes full and almost a return catch, but it's going to be runs, and it's going to be 4 of them as well. On this quick outfield, especially the straight boundaries, very hard to stop with mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. A good end to the over, 39 for 1.
Could I ask for a helmet? Or, I need a helmet, man. I need a helmet.
1, 2, 3.
So no surprises that we've seen Ihsan Adil just bowled 2 overs for 5 runs out of the attack because they've gotten that first wicket. But they can't relax here, the Grizzlies. Don't worry, he's not bowling leg spin, Ihsan Adil. He's going to just pass off the ball to Zia Shahzad. How often do we see that from fast bowlers? They always want to bowl spin. I don't know why. Ihsan Adil probably is the best construct of an seamer that you can ask for, yet still he's flicking the ball up like a spinner in his right hand.
Who is the tallest fast bowler that you've known who used to be a spinner?
That's a good question, actually. In terms of the tallest I've known.
Maybe not tallest, forget tallest. The best fast bowler who you knew, who used to be a spinner.
I have to think about it a few times, but when you first said that, the first part of the question in terms of tallest, instantly I went to Mohamed Irfan, 7'1". Watched him in Barbados for a number of seasons. So Zia Shahzad will come into the attack. I have a thought about your question, Brian, but the leg spin of Shahzad, it's an interesting time that Sami Aslam has brought him in. Bowling to Noman Anwar, who's yet to get off the mark. 7 deliveries after 100 yesterday, the first of this minor league. Goes big, and he's off the mark straight away with maybe the biggest 6 of them all. Straight back over his head. Welcome to the attack. Welcome to the party, Zia Shahzad. The carnage continues.
Wow, plant that front foot, go through the line. It wasn't even a slug, it was just a proper elevated cricket shot. Just making the mistake on this occasion, Zia Shahzad, of just being too full. You don't want to be that full, particularly during the power play overs where you don't have as much protection in the deep. You want that line to be probably on the same line, but you want the length to be where that if he's going to drive you, he's going to have to come skipping down the wicket.
Yep. And now it goes again. Remember, this is the power play. Only 2 allowed outside the circle, and it's going to be 6 and then a 4. Pulled back the length, went too short. And Noman Anwar, well, he didn't take long to pick up right where he left off yesterday. And now 10 from the first 2 deliveries. Zia Shahzad and the Grizzlies under pressure.
Well, reminds me of the over where Ryan Scott went berserk, the second over of the innings that went for some 22 runs. It reminds you of the length of the batting of this Michigan lineup.
Anwar, sorry, just has that look of authority at the crease. Obviously, when you have more experienced players that have played international cricket, you expect that. But just from the very onset, even when he struggled to score in the first 7 deliveries and struggled to score off of Adil, every time he plays the ball, just has that bit of extra class and extra bit of flair. Looks in charge, large and in charge of this situation at the moment.
Well, having said that, those last 2 deliveries have been 2 dot balls, so they're pulling things back here and make that 3 deliveries and 3 dot balls. So Zia Shazad, after having conceded 10 from the first 2, has come back strongly. Just 1 ball remaining here in the fifth over. Just 10 runs so far.
He's got a various pace, but I think in the power play, the quicker option could be the way to go, especially with just the 2 fielders outside. Much better from Zia Shazad. Probably the best delivery he's bowled of his spell so far, but his first goes for 10, 49 for 1. Good delivery. Almost beating Anwar through the gate, through bat and pad. So a big let off for him. He's still there though, and will be very important to this run chase. Sher Khan continuing off the outside edge, but just falling short of the keeper, and it's going to be more runs. Quite interesting.
Whoa, that has to be 5 penalty runs, does it not?
Well, I know it. The ball hits the helmet. The umpires are going to have a discussion. The throw is coming in from the fine leg fielder and actually hit the helmet on the return. So that could be an interesting moment in this game. Definitely the rule is if the ball passes the keeper and hits the helmet, it's definitely 5. Here's a look at it again. They ran through for 1, which I thought should have definitely been 2. No real impetus to run the second run. And then the throw just completely hits the helmet.
There's the signal. There signals a bye and then 5 penalty runs signaled by umpire Samir Bandekar. So you're absolutely right. The rule is if the ball that is in play hits the helmet, it's 5 penalty runs. But what is also the case is that any runs that scored before that actually count. So that is 6 runs to the total.
But this time picked up by Anwar. He's not even going to run. Don't move a muscle, whether you're at home or you're in the middle, because this is an entertaining display of batting from Noman Anwar. 100 yesterday, just continuing along his merry way. Ran a ball so far, but he's playing the situation well. Required run rate down to under 10 and over because of shots like that.
Wow. Straight on the legs, flicked away for 4. It's a pretty simple equation.
Yeah, almost predictable. I think that's a good change up from Sher Khan. He was getting a bit predictable on that full length. And even with the field, you look at the long on and deep mid-wicket in place, it just tells you the line and length that he's going to bowl, looking to be very straight and very full.
Wow.
This time very full again down the leg side. Gonna have to, no, he won't have to rebowl that one. May have got some bat on it. I want to pose a question to the public though. This is several times we've seen seamers in this tournament start with a deep mid-wicket in place, but Sher Khan hasn't even attacked with the short delivery. Yes, he's been full, has been straight at times, but Anwar has been able to place it over cow corner. I want to ask those watching from home, all of those armchair analysts they call them, I want to ask you, what is the significance of starting with a deep mid-wicket in the power play overs? You only allowed 2 outside the circle. Why do seamers of the modern day game tend to start with that man deep in the leg side? Tweet us at MLC Cricket. We want to hear your answers. All those armchair analysts who watch the game, the fond followers of cricket. Come on, tell me, explain the concept to me. I'll be looking out for your tweets.
So looking to close out strong here, Shahryar Khan. His third over. I'm actually surprised they did not keep him back for one.
We're still going to have one after this, but like to use him with the new ball. Ends with a dot. And it is 10 runs still from the over because of those early strikes. 59 for 1. So pretty much things in the balance at the moment. One thing to note, it's been a successful power play. Yes, they've lost the wicket of Ryan Scott, but 59 for 1. When you compare the two, after 6 overs, the Grizzlies were 27 for 2. That's a drastic improvement, especially knowing what you're chasing. But the key thing, Brian, to consider is that the Grizzlies ended the innings with 139 runs off the last 10 overs.
That's why the metric that you just described, even though it's technically accurate, you may have trouble using it as an indicator for the way this might progress.
Gone! Shahzad again. This man has been so lethal with his leg spin. I've been a main wicket-taking option and just gets Das caught at extra cover. Simple catch for Sami Aslam, the captain. Makes no mistake.
Simple catch. It was struck firmly, but directly at the captain, and just all he had to do was just get down. Maybe took that knee height, and a pretty straightforward catch. He's not going to have trouble with that. He's played cricket for a very long time, a great cricketer, and the second wicket now goes down.
Das gone for a run ball 4, 59 for 2.
Guys, batsman in here, batsman in here.
Wazeer Shahzad, mentioned it before, such a crucial option for this team. 25 wickets last season, at the economy rate of less than 6.5, and an average of 16. It shows you why he's a main striker for this Grizzlies team. It's why he bowled that one over in the power play, and it's why he continues to take wickets. This partnership could be the game right here. Zishan Matsu, the captain, comes to the middle, and if these two get away, and I think they have to bat to the 10th over at least to sort of build a partnership in these next 4 overs. We saw what Shiva Mishra and Sami Aslam were able to do. I want to point out something, though, with that wicket. It was all about the length from Wazeer Shahzad. It was all about the length that he bowled to Das. I'm going to show you that wicket again very soon. But it was great leg spin bowling. On the money straight away to Maqsood. Gets off the mark, though. Look at it again, Brian, in terms of being able to actually outfox Das. Just new in his innings. It's all about the length because he's looking to drive, thought it would probably be very full, has to drive on the up, and doesn't middle it straight to Sami Aslam. Good bowling, good planning, and good execution.
And don't overstay or don't overlook the line at which he bowled. Just out of the reach of his hitting zone, and the ability to sort of guile the batter into playing that sort of shot without much power on it, I think, is more than anything else what got that wicket.
Interesting that the umpire didn't signal a wide. Anwar was very disappointed, still is disgusted with the fact that it wasn't given a wide. He may have brushed the shirt, that abdomen area on the way through. He's livid though, Norman Anwar. Good Pakistani rivalry brewing between these two teams. You look at on the Michigan side of things, obviously Norman Anwar, Mohammad Mohsin, and some others featuring from Pakistan, but a lot of Pakistan influence in this Grizzlies. Wazeer Shahzad Sami Aslam and Isan Adil, who both played at the test level for the Pakistan international team. Love the rivalries. Love the fact that we have that international influence as well on this 2022 Toyota Minor League presented by Sunoco.
Just makes for several different storylines and something else to watch as you go through the matches. So something similar might be if, you know, one of the West Indians playing, somebody like a Rakeem Cornwall is facing up to the other players.
But that will end the over and ends with a dot after 7. A good over from Zia Shazad gets the crucial wicket, 61 for 2. Just 3 options used, and all of a sudden with that wicket, Brian, the run rate now goes up to past 10 and all required. I want to ask you though, you mentioned that West Indian influence, both of us being from the West Indies. You would see the likes of Cornwall, Carrie Peer, Shamar Springer, all 3 of those members in the Atlanta franchises. Jamar Hamilton as well. So in terms of the West Indian influence, how excited are you to see? We've already seen some towering blows from Rakeem Cornwall already in this tournament with a score of 93. The fire in action as well in Houston this weekend.
Rakeem Cornwall is an imperious striker of the cricket ball. Somebody like a Jamar Hamilton is not too far behind. Seeing a Derval Green bowl at the type of pace at which he bowls. And then you mentioned Holder, Chaim Holder. Just those types of players. Don't forget about Ashley Nurse, who plays his home games right here at Prairie View Cricket Complex, and somebody who you would know very well. It just brings a certain amount of energy and a certain amount of flair to the. I think that's it's very hard to replace or to duplicate in this tournament. Cannot miss out on it.
Deshpande into the attack. Anish Deshpande, the under-19 player in this Grizzlies team. It's a big expectation bowling to these 2 international players at the crease. Big challenge for the young man, but he'll relish this opportunity. And you mentioned that West Indies influence. Later today, the Hurricanes, the home team, up against the Silicon Valley Strikers. That is a blockbuster of an encounter.
Oh, my goodness.
And, of course, a lot of West Indians on display as well for the Hurricanes. Ashley Nurse for the Strikers. Roshan Primus, who we saw last weekend. Gary Graham with West Indian roots. Narsingh Dionarain as well, the former West Indies player. Also in that camp, recovering from a knee injury.
Well, you just called a Bajan, a Jamaican, and a Guyanese. This ball just punched all the way down to mid-wicket just for a single. So that influence continues. And I was mentioning earlier the little rivalries that take place. So when a Roshan Primus matches up against a Gary Graham, well, they wouldn't match up because they're on the same team. But you get the sense that I'm making. Those little rivalries that start in the Caribbean, when they're brought out of the Caribbean, and they take on greater significance when they're on a platform like this.
This one is aerial, and will it beat the man? It does, just enough on it. And that is a ball striker that Norman Anwar is. A man that scored 100 yesterday, but today it's been slightly different. He's had to battle a bit harder. But he's doing it well, and he's scoring crucial runs for his team.
Well, Deshpande will learn. He's a U19 player. He'll learn to not drop short to a player of the caliber of Norman Anwar, because that type of delivery just sits up and begs to be whacked. It was not bowled with much pace. It was just pitched in at half the distance, easy shot ball to put away for 6.
The Stars will know better than anyone, given the fact that anytime they were short to Ahmad Azam, it just seemed to stay in the surface, and it was just sat up, asked to be hit.
Yep.
And it was pounced on. So now, doing the right thing, I'm going to give the viewers at home, Brian, a small sneak peek for this afternoon's game, not giving away too much. One of those teams in action will be adding another international West Indian star. I'm not going to give their name.
Wow.
You have to tune in to find out who it is. But can't wait for that matchup. The defending champions, of course, unbeaten in this tournament, up against the home team, the Hurricanes, coming to you at 2:30 p.m.
Wow. Tell you what, when he bowls that fuller length, Deshpande, he's much more dangerous. And he would have learned from the deliveries that he just bowled that kept the batter quiet as compared to the one that got dropped too short and then went over mid-wicket for 6. That gives him a lesson, and umpire Samer Bandekar is, again, one of the more experienced and competent umpires here in USA cricket. Real asset to our cricket.
Yeah, much better length, much improved length. And you won't mind that single too much when you've got 194 on the board. Just a correction, previously I said 2:30 p.m., but join us at 3 p.m. actually, local time, Pacific time, well, Houston time here at Prairie View. A good first over by the youngster. Yes, he went for the 1 maximum, but he came back well. Just went for 9, 70 for 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Things slightly lull at the moment, but this partnership will keep fear, register fear in the hearts of the Golden State Grizzlies. What I love about this encounter, both these teams undefeated in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. That will end today. Of course, unless the rain gods have a different idea, but look at conditions, looks brilliant. And of course, unless they tie, but with the super over out, very hard to think so. Let's not even go there. I want to see a finish to this game. I want to see one of the teams pick up a win. And Sami Aslam trying to make the Grizzlies that team. He's going to spin. It's going to be Aditya Srinivas. Saw him a bit last weekend. Bowled well to the left-handers as well, but he's got a different challenge now, bowling to Noman Anwar. Just 2 overs for the leg spinner Zia Shazad out of the attack. So he has full delivery, flighted, it was slow, but what was key was straight enough, and it goes all the way for a maximum. We've seen this from Zia Shazad. He started with a real loosener, it was pounced upon. Noman Anwar is not the man you want to be giving those type of deliveries to. A centurion in this tournament just yesterday.
Full toss, loopy, straight, probably got to the batter around knee height, and any batter in the world would want to put those away for 6. And this pair with full license, because that required rate now is up above 10, 10.42 before that delivery. And so you're going to want to make sure that you take advantage of these.
Full toss again, gets away with it, straight to extra cover. Talk about the value of having 2 international experienced players at the crease. Just the 1 T20 international for Anwar, but a lot of cricket at the domestic level, a very high level in Pakistan. Showing he's got all the attributes. What is the benefits of having these 2 well-established players in the middle, Brian?
Well, these 2 would have been in situations like this hundreds of times before in their careers. And so you know that they have the ability to pace the innings. I'm thinking in particular Zishan Maksud, who effectively at this point is more like, let's say, a cat that's toying with a mouse. He can have the ability to turn up and go through the gears as quickly as possible. And he knows that they know that. The opposition knows that. So it's just a matter of being able to pace the innings in the way that he has.
Another good single. So after that maximum, they've come back well, the Grizzlies, but that's the problem. Those loose deliveries every over that they're giving away is costing them, especially to this pairing, so experienced in the middle.
Obviously, all along, just keeping up with the required rate versus the actual rate. I'll say more about that after this delivery.
This time goes over cover, through extra cover, and it's going to be more runs in the gap. It's going to be 4 of them as well. So the big over coming for Maksud and his team, the Michigan Cricket Stars, the more time spent in the middle by these two, the more you think they're going to be well in charge and get a good position to win this game.
So 12 runs so far from the over with 1 to come. So I was saying, pay attention to the required rate versus the actual rate.
Will retain the strike with that single off the final delivery, but a big over for the Michigan Cricket Stars. The momentum slowly picking up. This game well poised. Don't move a muscle. 80 for 2. $78 for 2.
Somewhere over here or something like this.
I want to talk about Zishan Maksud now that we have this small break in the over. Where he comes into this, the second leading run scorer at the moment in the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. Obviously, that's a 50-over format. But out of all of those players, obviously, we had those matches earlier in the USA, in very Houston, where the USA, Nepal, and others competed. He's got 965 runs, so it's 69 runs in 34 innings at an average of over 33. He's the second leading run scorer in that tournament. It tells you he's such an experienced player at this highest level, and then to have him in this tournament, it's already showing. You mentioned the other gears to his game. Yesterday, he got 41 and 22 deliveries to propel them to that 214 total. Today, though, slightly different role he's had to play, coming in much earlier.
That's why I mentioned he was sort of pacing himself, and you get the sense that he's just looking to decide when to accelerate. As of right now, the required rate and the actual rate are very close to each other. The actual run rate is 9.2. Finish my thought shortly. So just helped around the corner for a single. So the actual run rate, 9.22 before this over. The required rate is 10.18. So there's not a very big difference between how fast they need to be going and how fast they are going, which is why I think Captain Maksud is able to sort of take his time and settle down. As you go through the overs and as you get deeper into the innings, as the play develops, you get the sense that he'll have a little bit more of a variety to his attack. Umpire Sadiq Koja, again, one of the more well-known umpires in the area. This is just tapped into the outfield for a single. Sadiq Koja.
Yeah, standing in this minor league. I like this approach, though, from Despande. He's been happy to go on that good length, even a bit tad short, and they've really struggled to score against him. Noman Anwar continuing. Big swing across the line. That's pretty surprising. I haven't seen any real shot or big risk taken by Noman Anwar. So maybe getting a bit frustrated. Needs to remain patient.
Despande, I think, has obviously learned a lesson. I don't think for the rest of his spell you'll see another short ball, and he's doing exactly what his captain wants him to do here.
This time full, just be a single.
Your end, your end.
So great over. So 3 coming from that, the 10th over of the innings. Half through, score is 86 for 2.
You can see there a difference in terms of the two teams and how they fared.
You see the proverbial worm. The blue worm represents what the entirety of the Golden State Grizzlies innings was like. And then you see the red worm, the Michigan Cricket Stars, started out above the blue worm and is now sort of tracking alongside the same vein as through the 10th over. But something to pay attention to, in the Michigan Cricket Stars, they'll have to consider this. The Golden State Grizzlies absolutely went northward with that worm in the last several overs of their innings. So in order for them to keep up with that same pace, that's something that the Michigan Cricket Stars are going to have to account for.
Well, what about this? Sami Aslam, the captain, comes back into the attack. For the first time today, haven't seen Sami Aslam bring over his arm, but we have seen the captains in this tournament. They like to bowl themselves. Unmuk Chan, saw him in a game last weekend, pick up a wicket.
I've never seen Unmuk Chan bowl, had never seen him bowl before his over last week. I'd also never seen him keep before I saw him don the gloves last week. So, you know, see him here in action later on in this weekend. Tremendous, tremendous all-around cricketer.
This is big. And Zishan Masood is a man that has excelled at the international level for Oman. And he's doing it for the Michigan Cricket Stars. It's what you expect from your captain, your leader. He already got off to a great start yesterday. Boy, this partnership is costly, proving costly to the Grizzlies.
Well, you called it, Nikhil. You mentioned that this partnership would have a long way to go toward determining who wins this game. And I think you specifically said through the 10th over. Well, they've been together now past the 10th. And if you just see this slight shimmy across the crease for Masood to be able to help that ball fly away on the leg side for 6. Buckle up, folks. It's about to get really interesting.
I wonder, though, if they would have seen the likes of Sami Aslam come into the attack and then opt to look to take him on. Given the fact that they know that are struggling for a 5th option. This is fine again, and it's going to be more runs. Work to be done, not enough. Wow. So another boundary in the over, and this is turning out to be a big one. 11 from it already in just the first 4 deliveries.
They're approaching the 97 mark, and look at this. They're almost exactly halfway through the chase. They now have 97. They need another 98. So the required rate is now 10.5. They're scoring at the rate of 9.09. Those two numbers, if they stay within range of each other, you expect that this game will go down to the wire.
It goes again for the sweep, toying with the fielder, this time on the left, sorry, on the right of that fielder at deep backward square, but cut off and saved. They're batting this situation sensibly, though. They are picking up the boundaries in every over, but no real risks being taken. Noman Anwar knows the importance of him being in the middle. 13-9 run partnership between these two. Wow. Oh, it's just in the air. Didn't quite get it. The ball seems to be doing a bit, especially when it's into the surface. Run out chance. Doesn't collect cleanly. Masood could have been in trouble. Sort of the risk you need to take when you have to score 10.5 runs per over.
Well, that's the end of the over. The 100 is up, Nikhil.
100 comes up after 11. And a quick single, quick double, sorry, taken. Challenging the arm of Zia Shahzad. He's quick between the wickets. 100 for 2 after 11.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Well, Sami Aslam, that experiment not quite working for the Golden State Grizzlies, because that over conceding 14 runs, and all of a sudden this game, you think maybe just in the favor of the Michigan Cricket Stars. Put you on the spot here. 100 for 2 after 11. You need 10.5 runs per over, but you've got a lot of power left. Mohsin, you can. They both can strike it a long way.
Yep.
Where's their money at, Brian?
Safely in my pockets. But if I were the betting type, which I'm not, I would have to think that even with the loss of Ryan Scott and a couple of good overs to come, 2 more overs left from Isan Adil, I would have to think my money is still with Michigan.
This one cut forcefully. He just timed it so well, Zishan Masood. He's shown already glimpses of the type of destructive player he is. Boy, have these two in the middle taken this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship by storm.
I mentioned that I didn't think that you'd see another short delivery from Deshpande. The mistake on this occasion was not the length, but the line. Too wide and crashed the way through the offside for 4. Boy, he's going to learn bowling to an international level or caliber player. If you don't get your line and your length exactly right, Deshpande, he's going to go for runs. I mean, full credit to him to being able to bowl in pressure situations like this. But the lesson is, if your line and length are not spot on, you will go for runs.
Much better length, but I like the pace that he's bowling with Anish Deshpande. He's challenged these batters quite a number of times in this innings. Probably just strayed on the wrong side in terms of the line. It's a bit too wide.
That's exactly the case. I don't know if you saw when the Austin Athletics played last year with Laksh Parikh bowling. He's a very similar bowler to Laksh Parikh. Maybe a touch quicker in terms of pace, but similar bowler, left arm over the wicket. And this type of bowling is exactly what you want to be able to bowl in the middle overs, and that gives your captain, Sami Aslam, options as to when he wants to bring back his strike bowler.
And also with the absence of Neeraj Goel, who played for this Grizzlies team last year, took 23 wickets, the medium pacer. They've got to find new options. Ruchir Joshi saw him in the first game, not featuring since. Deshpande, though, like the look of this young man, and a 19 player in this Grizzlies lineup. Love that rule as well, Brian. The fact that every team must have one under 19 and one under 21. It's a great initiative by the MLC to develop the young talent in this country.
Well, you're preaching to the choir when you talk about that rule, because, Nikhil, as you know, my #1 priority in USA cricket is development. And the way you encourage development is essentially throwing them in at the deep end. And you throw them in at the deep end, more than anything else, it gives them the opportunity. As this is pulled away for 6, a massive shot.
But look how quickly it went over the boundary.
Yes.
This is authoritative batting from Noman Anwar. He goes through away from a half century. What a tournament, what a start to the tournament he's having. Magnificent ball striking, and the youngster Deshpande has been taken apart in this over.
The long-term development of Deshpande, I think, is going to be helped by being in situations like this. So step away from the result of this match, whatever it might be, and I think it's obviously going to go down to the wire. But this will help him in his own development to be able to know exactly how to approach these situations, what works, what doesn't work, when do I go pace off, when do I look for my Yorker. Those are the benefits of this situation.
He went cutter there and it worked. Dot delivery, a rare dot delivery, but it's a big over. 13 runs coming from it, and now Sami Aslam and the Grizzlies have got some thinking to do. 113 for 2.
Not every over, guys. Not every over. Come on, let's go, fellas.
Several options used. Sami Aslam even trying himself. Still looking to make up overs. They're down Hamad Azam, who's suffering from that shoulder injury. Would have usually been a consistent go-to option for them. And Brian, you know, I love to do my research. I'm not an analyst by profession, but when it comes to commentary, I like to know about players. Zishan Masood, I've looked at a lot of his one-day international record, of course, in that Super League. We look at his T20 numbers. This is a difference in role for him. 15 innings out of 34. He's opened the batting for Oman. Has a good, healthy record there. 1/2 century. He's batted at #3 once, #4 11 times. So he's batted at 4 for the Stars yesterday. Got 41 and 22 deliveries today as well. Come out at #4, and he's played the situation well. His career strike rate 111, going in and around that. It's lovely, a revelation to have in this tournament. Look at this. Sami Aslam back into the attack.
Wow.
These skippers, how can you fault them though, Brian? I think if I was captain, I would back myself to come in and get a wicket.
If I was captain, I'd be very happy to stand at slip or in the covers and let somebody else take the brunt of the work. But goodness, rolling of the dice, because you know that you expect Zishan Maksud to go off. How long do you keep toying with this?
It goes big. Tees off Zishan Maksud. Welcome to the USA. He stormed it, taken it by storm. These two in the middle and slowly inching their way to that 195 required for victory.
Well, if that ball goes all the way into the vacant, dry, barren area over there, should this be called a desert storm is the question. That was a horrible, horrible pun, but I thought you'd be proud of that.
Well, it was a horrible pun, but it was a fantastic stroke from Zishan Maksud. Down on one knee, slog sweep. I've seen the batters, Hamad Azam, and both of these as well. Real reluctance to go square to that boundary. Hitting with the wind, just getting the extra bit of assistance. To counter that, Sami Aslam's come around the wicket now to the left-hander. He's bowled 48 deliveries in his professional career at the first-class level. 48 deliveries in 76 first-class matches for Sami Aslam. Don't know what gave him the inclination that he should come into the attack, but it hasn't really worked for them so far. Slow this time, but it's the same result. This is majestic striking from Zishan Maksud and the Michigan Cricket Stars.
Well, that's why I said at the beginning of this over, is how long do you want to tempt fate? Sneaking in an over here and there as a part-timer is one thing, but bowling to one of the better batters that you'll ever see anywhere in this tournament, with him needing somewhere around 10 runs and over, is asking for trouble, asking for you to be hit. And so already 12 runs scored from this over, with another 3 balls to come, you're really asking for trouble.
Since these two have come together, they steamrolled the Grizzlies. Boy, have they taken charge of proceedings, taken the game on. All of a sudden, 70 for 44 deliveries, very manageable, you think. 9.5 runs per over. And it's because of they have a couple big overs. We saw it in the first innings as well. Couple big overs going for 20 odd, and all of a sudden you're ahead of the game. They came together at 59 for 2, these two. Batted really well, supported one another. Perfect complement, this partnership. Now worth 67 between the second wicket partnership. Finds the man this time. Ends the over, so an expensive one for Sami Aslam. 13 runs come from it. He's conceded 27 in his 2. The experiment hasn't worked for the captain. 1-2-6 for 2. Many options used for Sami Aslam. An interesting proposition that I want your perspective on. The very top of that list, Isan Adil, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, produced several wicket-taking deliveries. You're now in the process of a big partnership. You need a wicket desperately. Do you go back to him? Do you take the risk of going a cheap over here, which could be so pivotal towards the back end of the innings?
My default would be to say no. I want to hold on to his 2 overs as long as I can. Particularly, I want him bowling somewhere around 14, 16, 16, 18, in that range. Here, I think it's, well, we're going on into the 14th now, so I think I just answered my own question.
But I'll tell you what, they are going to a wicket taker. Is Zia Shazad, the leg spin option, who took 1 wicket early on. The crucial wicket of Das.
Well, I think we're a little bit deeper into the innings, and the runs required are the exact same as the runs that have been scored in terms of the run rate. So with a single taken here as a first ball of Zia Shazad's over, I still will be inclined to hold on to this as long as I can. So I think it's an appropriate move to take Deshpande out of the attack. But my number one bowler who I want to call on to bowl an over that goes for 2 or 3 or 4 runs, I still want to hold on to him as long as I can. If I have both of those in my back pocket, I'll make do with everybody else for now.
Full toss. In the air, though. It doesn't carry over the boundary this time.
Wow.
And Norman Anwar just threw away from a half century. How often have we seen the worst delivery possible producing a wicket? And that's a big setback for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Anwar is distraught. He can't believe it. But he's got to depart for 47. And is that the wicket that they needed to get back into this game? Shahzad again. That man takes another wicket.
Anwar, 47 from 42. So going along at a relatively pedestrian for him strike rate. But you mentioned it. Those full tosses that really are just rank and should be hit into the desert, those sometimes are the ones that end up taking wickets. And so you'll take the score, you'll take the delivery, you take the result of the delivery if you are the Golden State Grizzlies. And now Anwar walking off very dejectedly. 40, 127 for 3 now the score.
Of course, this tournament presented by Sunoco. They need some wheels on this innings. The Michigan Cricket Stars, much like those excellent vehicles you can get there to win this. Still 68 runs needed. You think now, with Bryce coming to the middle, a lot of responsibility. And the man at the other end, the captain, got a start yesterday, got them to 214. Has to pull more of the weight today, especially with that wicket and the breaking of that partnership.
Bryce, stereotypical hitter of the cricket ball, I would think. Long levers, you know, sometimes these bowlers that come in off a long run, big athletic guys, these are the ones that you want to score a whole bunch of runs in a really short period of time.
I was going to say, is this one in the gap? Just be a single, Bryce off the mark. I was going to say before that wicket actually fell, the first delivery when he bowled to Masood, the left-hander, he just tucked it for 1. That was a success for the Grizzlies because not only did it get the left-handed with the ball spinning into him off strike, it also brought Anwar on strike. And I mean, even though the spin had nothing to do with that wicket, it was a rank full toss. Anwar will put that away 9 times out of 10. But unfortunately on that one, that was the one. Just held out in the deep, easy catch at mid-wicket.
Wow.
I think now that you've taken that wicket, all of a sudden you see a few dot balls strung together, that asking rate goes up. You can afford now to keep Adil's 2 overs, maybe for the penultimate and of course the 16th. You have that luxury now that you've taken a wicket.
So it presents a couple of different options. So here's an argument. I'll get back to that shortly.
Well, this one slapped by Masood. He's not phased. Just 1 dot and then a boundary, back to regular scheduled programming.
So that definitely goes for 4. I was about to raise a counter argument to what you just said. If a wicket falls, the wicket fell that broke that big partnership, there is an argument to be made for bringing back Adil to attempt, if assuming that Zishan Maksud is who's on strike, there's an argument as that's struck powerfully through the covers for 4. There's an argument to be made. Let's get this other batter out on strike, the other set batter. You know, the oldest rule in cricket, 1 brings 2. You could potentially put a stranglehold on this match if you are able to get Maksud dismissed.
Delivery, is there a bat on it? They're very confident, the Grizzlies, but the umpire, Banneker, he's not interested.
Nope.
An eventful over, though, comes to an end. We've had a wicket, also some runs as well. 1-3-2 for 3. Much quicker in terms of the speed, the velocity from Zia Shahzad, getting a bit of those extra revs on the ball. You can see there, may have actually genuinely come back into the left-hander. Masood, we're looking to play another one of those illustrious drives he plays. It's really been a fun game to watch. I love that haircut, though, from Bryce. pink mohawk. Just like you, Brian, in terms of your golden days.
You're a young guy. Do you know who Kid and Play are?
No, Brian. You're going a little too far back for me.
Kid and Play. Just think of a really, really high flat top that goes 1.5 feet above the top of your head.
Do you have enough hair for that, Brian?
No, I don't. I used to. I have to find pictures and show them to you.
Well, you can't get better than this premium coverage. Not only do you get the cricket, you get hairstyles and everything else around the sun and everything under the sun on this premium coverage on the MLC network and, of course, Willow TV. Been a real treat to be involved. Mohit Nataraj, for the first time today, will come into the attack. Interesting roll of the dice. Interesting trump card by the captain, Sami Aslam. He is a valuable all-rounder, Nataraj, for this team. But to bring him in at this late stage with just 6 overs remaining is a bold move.
Boy, you get the sense everything is coming down to the wire. That required rate now at 10.5. And they're scoring at 9.43. So Bryce just 1 from 1.
Does the right thing and gets Maksud back on strike. And even though Zia Shazad was struck for that boundary, that last over is a huge win. Because you look at the 3 previous overs, they had went for 40 runs. So that to get out of that over with just 6 runs conceded and the wicket, big comeback for the Grizzlies. Nataraj into the attack.
Completely agree with you, because even with the 4 off the last ball of the over, they still only went for 6. Bearing in mind, any over where you're scoring less than the required runs needed, that's an advantage.
Rolling around the wicket, but it doesn't matter. He's got to fetch. Timber off the bat of Zishan Maksud. True captain's innings he's playing, and he goes to a half century as well. No, he doesn't, not yet. 5 away from it. But he's eyeing that 50 and eyeing a win for his team. Look how far he bowls from behind the crease. Just a very full delivery helped to the longest way.
Absolutely. I'm going to again go back to my old talking point that says with a big hitter looking to hit in that direction, I would really prefer to have the bowler bowling over the wicket to him, slanting it across him.
He's so strong square of the wicket again. Will get runs, this time on the offside. Such a lethal player. How often have we seen those slog sweeps? We saw Anwar try to attempt one in the last over to his detriment, but they're so strong square of the wicket, using those slog sweeps, those cuts, those pulls. This has been a real captain's knot, but the job far from over, and you have to know that, Maksud, even with the start.
Boy, long way to go here, but the momentum switching toward Michigan.
Of course, remember what they have in their back pocket, Sami Aslam, is he's got 2 overs of Isan Adil up his sleeve. How many can he give his death bowlers with knowing that he's got those 2 to defend in the last 5?
Well, the last 5, I'd be inclined to earmark overs 17 and 19 for Adil.
Down the track again, this time in the onside. There is a man in the deep, but luckily for Bryce, he didn't get it well enough. I like this though from Bryce, not trying too much, just happy to get ones and get Maksud the way he's striking the ball back, firing, taking his team close to winning this game. Already got 9 from the over, the required rate exactly at 10 needed per over.
See if the switch is made, and he does make that switch that I suggested earlier. He's now bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. So that will not necessarily take away the big shot on the leg side, but at least make it harder. Nope, change again.
He's gone back around actually, but I don't mind that too much. Putting the ball into the body of Maksud. Just a single to end the over. Exactly what they require. 10 from it, 1-4-2 for 3. Well, if you're a Golden State Grizzlies fan, you'll be scratching your head. Your heart will be pumping because of one man, Zishan Maksud, still at the crease. The captain, 3 away from a half century. His first of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Been a real treat to watch these 2 weekends. So much more action coming to you all the way to the end of August. The road to North Carolina, where 2 of these 27 teams will want to be in that grand finale. Could very well be one of these. Both very strong teams, unbeaten in this tournament.
Wow, interesting. It appears that Zia Shazad is going to be bowled out here.
Yeah.
His last over, 3 overs, 2 for 18. So great spell in the context of the game. Bowling to the lefty is a bit of a risk, though.
Just cuts this one, but unfortunately for Masood, picks out the man. I'm interested though, 3 of the overs you expect of this last 5. This is the business end of the innings. 1 from Shazad and 2 from Adil. I think it's the other 2, whether it's Mohit Nataraj giving the ball or Sher Khan who has 1 remaining. I think those will be the 2 overs that this pairing in the middle for the Stars will be targeting.
I would think Sharyar Khan would have to be one of the 2. I don't think they go back to Deshpande.
Comes down the trap, big swing, and he's got to go. Just trying too much. Bryce didn't need to do that, especially with you're well on top of this game. But he looked to find the boundary and take some of the pressure off of Masood. And a much quicker delivery, and Shazad has got his 3rd genuine wicket taker.
Using his feet, trying to get to the pitch, nowhere near the pitch actually, and just ended up just walking past that delivery. Here you look at the replay, tossed up just a little bit, but he is nowhere near. He's a good 3 yards down the wicket, and the easiest of stumpings to be completed here by the Golden State Grizzlies. Next one up.
Not a good result though for the Michigan Cricket Stars, because you don't want to lose a wicket at this stage. You have to keep a firm grip of this. Gone for 3. And further trouble for the Cricket Stars. 1-4-3 for 4. Mohamed Mohsin come to the middle now with a big job on his hands. No, very familiar with the bat in hand. Different role for him in terms of his usual role in Pakistan domestic cricket. At the top of the order for many of occasions, Mohamed Mohsin, but in this tournament, he's been seen as a finisher of the innings. Averages over 30 with the bat in hand in first class cricket, so can definitely bat. So Mohamed Mohsin will come to the middle now. Wow. Now means that 2 left-handers in the middle, so an extra challenge for Zia Shazad. And with his leg spin, could see a lot of those googlies, ball going away from the left-hander. Just spooned in the air, but in these closing stages, 5 outside the circle, no infielder. Mohsin off strike straight away off the mark. Good spell though, Brian. 3 for 20 from Zia Shazad. Obviously has to finish strong, but if you're Sami Aslam, your main strike bowler, you have to take this.
No question, I'll say more after this delivery. So you realize that the required rate is now snuck up to 11.77. So you absolutely take this if you were Sami Aslam, because again, you still have the 2 overs from Ihsan Adil in your back pocket.
I can tell you one thing, is they sneak a single. Yes, Ihsan Adil comes in with a huge reputation. Both 2 good overs up front. Zishan Masood, though, at the non-striker's end, he won't be fazed one bit by the fact that he's played Test cricket. He'll see ball and look to hit ball. Yes. And it's why they need to find this wicket. 1 away from a half century, his first of the tournament. But he's striking at 190 in his first 2 innings in this minor league. It's been so exciting to have these type of players in this tournament. Ends the over with a dot, a superb spell from Shazad. The leg spinner comes to an end. Just 21 runs and 3 wickets. 1-4-5 for 4.
Here we see the worm chart. That rate that we did, the worm is turning is a very appropriate phrase. as that red worm is slowly approaching, and in fact sharply approaching the blue worm. And I think the deceleration happening at exactly the wrong time if you're the Michigan Cricket Stars.
And those two dots pivotal. 2 wickets have fallen in the last 2 overs.
Looky.
Must mainly because of Zia Shazad. What an over. The 16th over gone for just 3 runs and a wicket. And you look at the other end, more danger. Ihsan Adil back into the attack. Just 5 runs in his first 2 overs. Real revelation in terms of seam bowling we've had in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Presented by Sunoco. He's got the speed like those Toyotas. And wants to be on that front page of DAFA News come this evening. We've seen some real great shots. Any of them could be featured. All the minor league coverage though on DAFA News. Check them out. Best platform for sports coverage. Looking to bring that speed like those Toyota vehicles though, Brian.
This is a real luxury. You are Sami Aslam. You've brought back your #1 bowler. I suggested earlier that I thought the 17th and the 19th would be the best time for his 2 overs. It appears that that's what they're doing. But that hill to climb is now almost 13 runs and over. So you absolutely have the opportunity to turn the screws if you are the Golden State Grizzlies, because the opportunity really is there.
Again, wide Yorker executed so well at this stage. Ihsan Adil showing his experience, showing his skill, his expertise. Interesting feel he has as well. You see it again, aiming to go very wide of the crease, and because he stepped across, he had to push it even wider to Mohsen. This is a good battle by the 2 Pakistani players. Got a deep cover for that wide Yorker, a 3rd man as well for the very full delivery, and a long off. The man at mid-on in the circle, but he does have, actually going back now, the man at long on. So the 5 out, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and then the 2 in the offside, 3rd man and deep cover. I like this field, and I like the fact that he's able to execute well. Ihsan Adil. Full toss, connected with that, but Zia Shazad has a safe pair of hands and puts it down. Haven't seen him drop many catches in this minor league, but that's pressure. And it's a big wicket of Mohsen, goes a begging. Has been that type of day in the field for the Grizzlies.
Oh, another full toss. Almost had another full toss taking a wicket, but he will back himself, the fielder out there, easily to take that 10 times out of 10. Certainly not going to be happy that he dropped that. This game stays alive though, because with each single, even though the wicket did not fall, with each single, that required rate goes up even more. It's now at 13.71.
Just 2 runs conceded in the first 2 deliveries. Pressure. Something has to give here. Need a boundary. Zishan Masood. Gonna have to re-bowl that one though. We didn't actually mention Zishan Masood getting to that half century. No real celebration from him, because he knows that the job is far from over for his team. But he's been a real captain's innings. Look at the strike rate and the way he was able to support Norman Anwar in that 2nd wicket partnership, which was, of course, so beneficial and worth 68 runs between the 2. Wow. But is it enough to get them over the line? That will be the key.
Well, you're doing exactly what you need to do if you're Ihsan Adil, even though with that wide, still bowling a very economical over here.
Goes big, but doesn't get it well. And 2 men under it. Zia Shazad again. This time takes it and takes off. Adil's got his man. This is why this man is so trusted at this stage. Strike bowler gets the strike for his captain. The Grizzlies on the charge.
That is a real body blow. Zishan Masood has to walk back, dejected, trudge back to the pavilion. Here we look on the replay. Did not get all of that, down on 1 knee, just coming off the top part of the bat, and that catch is not going to be dropped, and he absolutely celebrates. Another wicket goes down, 148 for 5.
Just beat him for pace, Zishan Masood, and very disappointed Zia Shazad. Probably a much harder catch than the first. Masood's got to go. A good captain's innings from him. Is it enough to get them over the line? 50 for him. 128. No, for 4. Sorry, 148 for 4, correction.
Well, the job just made that much harder. Because, number one, you cut the head off the snake. I keep using snake references, but you know what I mean. The one of the remainder in the lineup most likely to take the team home, so the job becomes that much harder. And so we're now looking at a required rate in excess of 14. So getting consistently and continually more difficult for the Michigan Cricket Stars. The Golden State Grizzlies are looking to continue squeezing the life out of this chase of the Cricket Stars.
Big swing and a miss. Mohamed Mohsen, he becomes the man now with the new batter in. And for Isan Adil, so a very quick delivery, searching for that Yorker. Didn't execute well, but even though it was a full toss, it was so fast that Masood looked to just get under it. It was not a full toss, sorry, it was a half volley, you could say. Very full delivery. Masood looking to play that slow sweep again. This was a much harder catch than the ones Zia Shazad put down. But you know what he'll tell you, Brian? He'll tell you that it was probably a good thing that it got Mohsen off strike and the danger man Masood onto strike. And then, of course, took the important catch. So, rectifying his mistake, Zia Shazad.
148 for 5. This is getting progressively more difficult.
As Atula Raja comes to the middle, he needs to strike a few blows. All of a sudden, the run rate required gone past 14 runs and over.
Wow.
Delicately touched by Mohsen, but it'll just be a single, and they won't mind that too much. Ones can't win the game from here.
Nope.
This over is only gone for 4 runs, and it ends with just 4 runs at the end of the over. Just 3 remain. 149 for 5.
Can you tell the equation? 18 balls, how many runs? Yeah. इधर आएगा 1846. Thank you. Inform the batsman.
A real blockbuster of a weekend here in the Toyota 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship. What action we've had in just the first game of this Super Saturday, with more action to come. The defending champions in action later today. It's going to be Mohit Nataraj given this trusted over. Big call by Sami Aslam.
Rolling right and down.
Looking to bowl the 18th. Nataraj, 1 over for 10 runs. Believe it or not, if he delivers another over for 10 runs, that will actually help the case. Sliced away for 4, so the first ball they're off and running.
That's pressure back on the bowler. He's a young man, Mohit Nataraj, trusted with this crucial over. Could be costly, very costly, to start the over like that.
Well, you don't ever want to give up a boundary from the first delivery if you are a bowler. But you're also telling yourself, you know what, I have a lot of room. Let's just bowl full and straight.
They went for the Yorker again. Didn't get it this time though. Dot delivery so crucial. That how you come back. It's always how you come back, Brian.
Yep.
Even if you are struck for the boundary early on.
And boy, you're at the portion of this innings where a dot ball here and there makes a big difference. A 4 here and there makes a big difference with relation to the required rates.
This time big.
6.
Is it enough? You bet it is. Out the middle of the bat.
Wow.
And does this game have one more twist to the tail? Mohamed Mohsen He'll be single-handedly carrying the hopes of the Michigan Cricket Stars, looking for that second win in this tournament.
10 runs from the first 3 deliveries. But again, you're telling yourself as a bowler, let's just calm down. In fact, if I'm the captain, I walk over to him and say, hey, look, we need another 14, we need to concede less than 14 runs and over to win this game. So yes, that first ball was a bad ball, the third ball was a bad ball. Let's just focus on bowling a few good balls in the right spot, and then we get this chase back under control, or this defending this chase under control. And I don't like the body language that I'm seeing from Nataraj. He seems a little bit flustered. You would like to think that somebody, one of the more senior bowlers, can go put your arm around him and say, here's what we need you to do.
It's all about how much you can get, you think, Mohamed Mohsin off the final 2 overs, off the final over as well. 36 now required from the remaining 15 deliveries in this innings. Full toss down the leg side, and would you believe it, it's going to be 5 wides. The Cardinals sin. This over's gone the wrong way for the Golden State Grizzlies. Nataraj, he's distraught. Could that be the delivery that swings the momentum? This is a big over.
It is a huge over from wide of the crease, far down the leg side. Boy, that would have been a wide if it had been a right-handed batter. And I mentioned his body language. His body language seems to suggest that he's being very flustered by the lack of success that he's had in the over so far. So 15 runs with 3 balls still to come. And
but there it is. It's a wicket.
Wow.
From Mohit Nataraj. And it's played onto his stumps. Mohamed Mohsin, and that could be the game. Went full again at the body. And he's disappointed with himself, but he's done the main thing. Even though he's conceded runs, that wicket possibly could be the final nail in the coffin.
Boy, again, looking at his body language, no celebration whatsoever. It's almost like the senior players are now around him trying to fire him up. But a huge wicket in the context of the game. Look at this, very full. And yes, off of the front pad and ricocheting back onto the stumps. So a bit of a fortuitous wicket, but you will take that wicket every day if you are Nataraj. His fourth legal delivery, takes a wicket. 6 are now down, and the score is 164.
I think that wicket, though, just a bit too much for Mohamed Mohsin. It's all about the pressure created by both Ihsan Adil and Zia Shahzad. 7 runs conceded from the previous 2 overs before this one. So yes, it's gone for 15 runs, but because of some real tight bowling, good execution and good death bowling, it's meant now that Mohsin has got to do so much. Had they conceded 10 runs and over apiece, this would be a completely different game. In fact, the Michigan Cricket Stars would be well on their way for victory. You credit Zia Shahzad. This is an underrated bowling performance from him, especially at the times he's bowled. 1 over in the power play to Anwar, kept him quiet. Now coming back twice and getting a wicket in both of his remaining 2 overs.
You're absolutely right. And so we're at the point where the Michigan Cricket Stars need 31 runs from the last 2 overs. Look at this.
Well, that's over cover, and that's going to be, I think, 1 bounce into the boundary for a boundary, but Farhan Ali, welcome.
Wow.
Not needing much time to get in. Looking to hit over the top. And you need it at this stage. 19 runs from the over. Still very costly. And less than 2 runs a ball now. Still in the game with 4 wickets in hand. Went length this time and easily dispatching it over cover in that vacant region. More runs. Should just be 1. They want 2. And a misfield. It's gone for 4. What is going on in the field for the Grizzlies? They've dropped catches, they've let boundaries go. And all of a sudden, you've just taken a wicket. The next 2 deliveries have gone for a boundary. Mohit Nataraj, his expensive over comes to an end, conceding 23 runs in the 18th over.
23 runs. He takes a wicket, so he'll take the wicket. But 23 runs from that over means that you're now looking at less than a run, 2 runs a ball for the rest of this match to be able to come out champs or come out victors if you're the Michigan Cricket Stars. So that expensive over changes the complexion of the entire match. Even though, again, 6 wickets are down, but with Ihsan Adil coming on to bowl his last over, the penultimate over of the innings, How much are you going to leave for the last bowler who I suspect is likely going to be Shahryar Khan? How many runs are you going to leave for him to defend? You need to bowl a spot-on, bang-on target over here if you are Ihsan Adil, but you know that he's capable of it.
Yeah, this is make or break over for this Grizzlies team. If he can get out on his usual 5 or 6 runs, then puts a lot of pressure on these two new batters to the crease. First delivery face for Azatullah Raja. Can he strike a few? A man from Afghanistan. Pretty star-studded team, this Michigan Cricket Stars. A lot of subcontinent players from various places, Oman, Pakistan, and now Afghanistan. Wow. So, well poised at the moment. This could go either way. Crucial over coming up. Well, goes over point. It's going to be gone all the way for 6. Well, welcome to the middle. Welcome to the middle, Azatullah Raja, backing himself. Ihsan Adil's only conceded 9 runs from his first 3 and conceded 6 from his very first delivery of his last over.
I want to look at the replay of that again. I'm assuming it was just entirely too wide. Here's the replay, giving him the room to extend those arms, and extend the arms he did, flashing it away over point for big 6. How much of a difference does that make in the context of this game?
So hard to pick a winner. This is why, because this Michigan Cricket Stars team, they're going down with a fight. 17 now needed. Pressure back on Sami Aslam. 17 needed from 11 deliveries. Gettable, very gettable.
Oh, yes.
1 boundary away, you think, from bringing this to almost a runner ball. Full delivery, well bowled. This time much straighter and much harder to hit. Wants to, coming, not on. Certainly not on, and a run-out wouldn't be helpful.
Yes, that would have been suicidal. But the first delivery from the most economical and more difficult bowler to score off of, first delivery, that over goes for 6. You have to back yourself to get 10, 11, 12, and then by all means you back yourself to get the remaining runs in the last over.
Well, look at the intensity from the two in the middle. He wanted Farhan Ali to come back for the second. Definitely not on there, but it's the intent shown by these two. So all of a sudden, Ihsan Adil, for the first time in the last 2 weeks, you could say, on the back foot, under pressure. Oh, big flash and swing and a miss. Good bowling at this stage. Brave option with point up in the circle.
Yes.
Bat on it for Farhan Ali. Could have easily had his 3rd boundary, but misses out.
I think the bigger point is that Adil, as a good bowler, changes his lengths. Look at this. Looking at the replay, not only did it get good bounce and carry, but it deviated off of the pitch. Again, we've spoken about that so many times. So 3 deliveries bowled in this over so far. Just 7 runs coming from the over. 16 runs adrift of the Michigan Cricket Stars.
Good short delivery, really good short delivery. It's a dot as well. Ihsan Adil, this is good clinical death bowling. Farhan Ali wanted the wide, signaling that the line was down the leg side, but the umpire deeming that it was okay. Bandikar, maybe over the body. Touch and go, that one.
Yep. In fact, it was over roughly around his waist. So it certainly wasn't too high. And based on the line, I think it would have gone directly over his body. So no complaints from here with that call.
Still questioning the call. 2 dot deliveries, pressure on these two. Based on what we've seen, though, from Azatullah, probably needs to get him back on strike. He seems to be the genuine striker, power striker. Ali's coming at number 8, and he's struck 2 boundaries. Good swing, but just will be a single. Has to hurry as well. Sami Aslam does the right thing. Just the man at deep mid-wicket backing up. Probably the smart thing in the end not to throw. You don't mind a single at this stage. 15 now needed from 7. But you've got to ensure that you get out of this over economically. If you don't concede a boundary, you need to give Shahryar Khan something to work with in that final over.
Boy, if you are Ihsan Adil, Do you run up and bowl your best Yorker? Do you go pace off? Do you just one thing you don't want to do is to bowl length, and the one thing that you don't want to do is bowl a line that is too wide. It's a huge gap in the covers between third man and deep extra cover.
He's going wide Yorker. He's going wide Yorker, Ihsan Adil. Goes for it and executes well.
Looks for the Yorker.
Plays across the line as Tula and narrowly misses the off stump. End of his 4 overs. A good spell. 1 for 17. 15 needed from the last 6.
Boy. If there had been a 4th stump, it would have been knocked out of the ground. But as it is, he will take the dot ball. His day with the ball is finished. The last 6 deliveries, you need 15 runs to win if you're the Golden State Grizzlies. Check that if you're the Michigan Cricket Stars.
Yeah, all the makings for a grand start to this holiday weekend. He had a good game yesterday, won by the Hurricanes today. Super Saturday, and boy, have they not disappointed, these two teams in the middle. Both unbeaten in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. And are they continuing in real good stead, both these teams? This could go either way. You'd think 15 is not out of the question for these two batters who have shown they can find the boundary. It's been a good cricket surface as well.
Yep.
We've had 2 high scores because of that quick outfield, hot conditions, but that green grass has provided a little extra something for the seam bowlers.
Boy, a big moment in the match. Shahryar Khan, 3 overs, 1 for 36. If he keeps that same strike rate, I'm sorry, economy rate, 12 runs per over, his team wins this game by 2 runs.
No, they won't want to take that risk. That's a little too close
I'm just
for
saying
comfort.
they don't want to. I'm just saying that that's the cushion that he has. Conversely, if a boundary is scored off of either of the first 2 deliveries in this over, all bets are off. Anything can happen.
The high bat lift of Farhan Ali. Can he find the boundary? Did it twice already. Here he goes, over extra cover. And it's going to be 6 over Ihsan Adil.
4.
Gone 1 bounce into the boundary for 4, but
wow.
One of the tallest men on the cricket field. If he couldn't reach it, well, not many can. And what a start to the over. 11 needed from 5.
There is your pressure right there. So 11 from 5, you need now less than 2 runs a ball.
I've got to get out my seat for this. Cracking finish down the leg side. What's the signal from the umpire? Not given a wide.
So apparently that did not go down the leg side. I want to see that replay on the straight camera just to be able to confirm, but it may have just passed between the batter and the stumps.
Yeah, it may have actually done that, but from this side on angle, hard to tell.
In fact, it passed outside the off stump. So he walked all the way across. Maybe he's getting a little too cute, because what he did in the first ball worked.
Full toss and bowled him. It's a Yorker. Full delivery. And there's so many twists in this game. Cricket, such a game of the ebbs and flows. Shahryar Khan, what a comeback for him after being struck for a boundary.
That might have been the ultimate twist. I don't think there's any twists left after this, because that delivery means that the ultimate, the batter of the 2 that you thought was going to be able to get the big strokes, he goes after having his furniture rearranged, only 3 more balls remaining, and still another 11 runs to get.
Khan picks up his second. Ali going for 13. 184 for 7. So it's 11 needed from 3, but more importantly than the wicket, it's also a dot ball, and what it means is that as Tula is at the other end stranded, he only hit that 1/6 over point. Hasn't been able to get the strike.
Just looks like Michigan is going to fall short in this chase.
Well, it's hard to say. 11 from 3, a couple of boundaries. You win the game. So Shahryar Khan has to execute, has to hold his nerve. 3 deliveries remaining. What an eventful over, full of twists and turns. First ball went for 4, then a wicket, then a dot, then a wicket. So 3 deliveries remain. This could go either way. Down the track, off the outside edge, but there is a man at that deep cover position. Wants to, has to come back, and he's coming back. Run out chance, should be gone, is gone. Gone by a long way as well. I just wonder, did he have to come out for 2? You have Ezzatul at the other end. Get him on strike. Instead, they come back for 2. That could be the game right there.
Not only did you not have to come back, they hesitated halfway through going for that run, so that made it an even worse opportunity to try to get that done. Ends up with just a single 10 runs to get from the last 2. Boy, this game again feels like it is on its last legs, and it feels like a tight game is going to go to the Michigan Crickets or go to the Golden State Grizzlies.
And Brian, how many times in the field did we see? A couple of times we saw balls misfielded by the Grizzlies. They may get away with it here, but you think had they prevented those 2 or 3 boundaries, which should have really been stopped, they would have won this game quite comfortably. But in the end now, still on their way, 10 needed from 2 deliveries. Gone for a short stay there, just 1 for him. 8th wicket goes down. Just 2 deliveries remain in the innings. They still need some 10 runs to win. A 6 and a 4 does it.
6 and a 4 does it. Just that simple. All of this game, the last 3.5 hours comes down to a 6 and a 4. Is it doable? Yes. Is it likely? Highly, highly questionable. But one guy has a bat in his hand, the other one has a ball. So under those circumstances, it's certain. But I certainly back myself here if I am the Golden State Grizzlies to finish this match.
Let's look at the field in terms of what he has. 2 bowling, 2 Mohamed Issa, the new batter. He's got a deep cover, then 2 on the boundary, long on, long off, and then 2 in the onside. 3 actually, fine leg, deep backward square, and deep mid wicket.
And he's bowling over the wicket, which is not surprising to the right-hander. You get the sense that he'll be bowling something on the body of the new batter.
It has to be, because he's got 3rd man up in the circle. So that wide Yorker, you attempt that, you bring the outside edge into play.
Yep.
And then outside edge boundary. He brings up the fine leg now and sends back the man at long off. So 5 outside the circle, 2 in the onside, and 3 in the offside.
Something short of a length and on the body is what I'm thinking. Don't know that that's the best option, but we'll see what happens.
It goes full, and there is protection in the deep. Just be a single. The Golden State Grizzlies, they want to come up for 2, but it won't matter because it'll mean 8 needed off the last ball. And once he keeps that front foot behind the line, there's no penalty runs or anything else. They'll pick up their 3rd win in this tournament. This is a well-constructed lineup. Even down a few players, few options due to injury. Sami Aslam has channeled his troops well. The fight employed by this Grizzlies team, this is a true test of their character, and they've come through. 1 delivery remaining in this game. And there it is. Just a single to end, but it means that they'll win by 6 runs and stay undefeated in this 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship. And look at the celebrations. It's been a hard-fought game in tough conditions. The Golden State Grizzlies prevail.
Fantastic effort by the Golden State Grizzlies. They held their nerve. Excellent captaincy. You have to give credit to Sami Aslam for just deploying his bowlers at exactly the right time, moving things around enough, and just holding on to the big overs from his horse, Ihsan Adil, at the end at exactly the right time. So a valiant fight by the Cricket Stars, but they end up falling short.
Well, these are the wins that define you as a team, define your character. And this will go a long way. They won't forget this one because they've had to work extremely hard. For the Michigan Cricket Stars, just the 2nd game in the tournament for them. So it's back to the drawing board and a lot of positives to take. Falling short by just 6 runs. The batting lineup fired again, getting to 188. Just not enough. A few moments that could have gone either way. 194 for 3 posted by the Grizzlies, proving to be enough. But the bowlers came back well under some pressure. And they'll be very happy with this performance, the Golden State Grizzlies. Well, for the Michigan Cricket Stars, a good start by both their openers. First, Ryan Scott with his power, 30 from 17 in the power play, before he ran out of gas. Noman Anwar with his 47 in just 42 deliveries. through the middle. Put on a 68-run partnership with Zishan Masood, who also got to a half-century, the captain, but not enough in the end. They just lost their way towards the end. Farhan Ali and Mohamed Mohsin both with starts, but only getting to 188. Credit to the bowlers, though. They did extremely well. The pick of the bowlers had to be Zia Shahzad. 3 wickets for 21 runs. Sher Khan held his nerve so well to defend that 15 runs in the final over. 2 for 44, an expensive spell, but the clear thing was holding of nerve from Ihsan Adil, the man again in the wickets. Well, there you have it. What a cracking game of cricket and a cracking start to Super Saturday of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. The Grizzlies posting a sizable total on a good track, 194 for 3, and then the Cricket Stars just falling short by 6 runs. Let's have a look at the highlights in terms of how that innings would have went. It was all about Ryan Scott. It was the Ryan Scott show in the first 6 overs where he was brilliant. Attacked the slower bowling of Sher Khan through cover. And Ihsan Adil, well, he even went the distance. That was a pretty surprising thing as he just got lifted into the onside. But then we had, of course, this no ball, which changed the game. Not actually for the Michigan Cricket Stars, but for the Grizzlies, because Ryan Scott struggled with an injury, which brought the momentum of his innings. There it was again. Full toss, went for a no ball. And from there, Ryan Scott was, you can see him laboring with that left leg and the left arm. Very next delivery, found the man, Ihsan Adil, at mid-on and had to depart. Zia Shahzad was brilliant with his attacking intent. Couple of strokes from Mohamed Mohsin, went to the boundary. But this man just did it all. Another wicket, Das went, caught an extra cover. Deshpande bowled quickly and they relished that pace. Noman Anwar, he got up to 47. The man from Pakistan, the former international, a couple of good strokes through cover as well. Then went all the way for a maximum. Zishan Masood it was this time into the onside. True captain's not from him, striking at close to 200 in this tournament in his first 2 innings. Likes that sweep shot so well, plays it so well. Sami Aslam tried a bit of an X factor to bring himself into the attack, but was very expensive. Went for 27 runs in his 2 overs. And then the power of Noman Anwar continued. So all in all, a good performance by these 2 in the middle for the Michigan Cricket Stars, but just ran out of gas towards the end. That slog sweep shot, one of the most dangerous in the game from Zishan Masood. This was the crucial wicket though. A full toss from Zia Shahzad, brought back into the attack to get the wicket, and just really was disappointed in the manner that he was dismissed. Masood continued though. He wasn't phased through extra cover. Then went maximum. Again, another sweep shot. Have to bowl wide. You can't allow him to play that sweep. That was a big wicket, a stumping. And Bryce just threw it away. Didn't need to do that. And the momentum just continued to go the way of the Golden State Grizzlies. Ihsan Adil was brilliant again, taking the wicket of the crucial wicket of the captain Zishan Masood. And after dropping one early in the over, Zia Shahzad made no mistake this time to take Masood. And pretty much you think from there it was always going to be an uphill task. This was the wicket of Mohamed Mohsin, which put the final nail in the coffin. A good Yorker after expensive over from Mohit Nataraj to come back. They tried everything. Farhan Ali came to the crease, struck a couple boundaries early. That really should have been stopped by the Grizzlies. They were fortunate in the end that didn't cost them. That was a top shot by Ezzatullah, over point for 6. But just at this stage, a good Yorker executed by Sher Khan. And then a run out in the last over, going for glory. These small moments made such a big difference. Well, of course, the Toyota Tundra game of the day. And in the end, the Grizzlies winning by some 6 runs, thanks to fantastic performances by Mishra Azam with the bat in hand. And then with the ball, the bowlers helping Zia Shahzad. 3 wickets for 21 runs. Boy, did he do well to keep his team in the game and, of course, in the victory. Alongside me, the player of the match today, Hamad Azam. Well, Hamad, first of all, congratulations on that 72. Must feel very good in a hard-fought game to pick up the win.
Yeah, of course. This was very important game for us, for my team. This is the game where we can get the momentum. So I'm really happy. I did well, me and of course Shivam. So and at the end we won the game. So
let's start with you. Last weekend you played 1 game, pulled up midway bowling. You have a hurt shoulder, it seems. How difficult was dealing that coming into today's game?
To be honest, like my shoulder is not 100% fit till now. Like I was struggling in batting as well, and of course I can't ball or field right now. But you know, like as I said, like these games are really important for the team. So I have to play, and I was trying to just give my 100%, and at the end, like it helped.
And then tell me about the batting. You came in at 67 for 3, and knocked 72 from 32, reminiscent of your 2021 performances where you hit all those sixes last year. How good did it feel to get some off the middle of the bat and get back in the runs?
Yeah, it feels like really good. Like this, as I said, like this is very important for me as a player as well to like, you know, perform in the starter of the minor league, because you know that when the team depends on you, and especially like in the last year I did well for the team, so they're expecting the same from me. So yeah, it feels really good. Like I hit few sixes, few boundaries, and it's good. Yeah.
What's been the key to the Grizzlies being 3-0 now, undefeated in this tournament? What has made you guys so effective?
The thing I say, like you were there in last 2 games and this game as well. In all 3 games, like we are different players. They came up and performed. In the first game, you know, Karan, then Sami performed. Second game, Karan performed really well. Then Mohit. In this game, me and Shivam. So I think it's a really good sign for us as a team that everyone is chipping in. So I hope like we will go far in this tournament.
Well, Hamad, 72 from 32, your team picking up their 3rd win. You were a big part of that. Congrats to you. And we look forward to seeing great things from your team in the future of this tournament.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, Hamad Azam, real carnage when you think about that innings he played. 72 from just 20 to 32 deliveries. But don't go anywhere, because at 3 p.m. local time, CDT time that is, a blockbuster of a game. We've already had one cracker. The Houston Hurricanes, the home team, up against the defending champions, the star-studded Silicon Valley Strikers. We can't wait to rejoin the action live on Willow TV and the MLC Network. See you soon, very soon, for a cracking matchup.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Highlights, then the scorecards, then him, then yours. It was good. All right. No, enjoying.